Summer. I. Summer. I. Summer. I. Summer. Summer.
Alright, dudes. Oh boy, I have a story for you guys. You guys want to hear bad traffic? Today was bad. Today was bad. I set a record for the longest amount of time it took to go from here to there and back. You guys want to see how far that is? Here, look. Ready? 34 miles and back. So about 60 miles total, 100 kilometers round trip, right? So I was going to the airport to pick up Bree's folks today, right? They flew in and, you know, we got there. The traffic was pretty normal. Probably took me about an hour to get in, give or take, right? So I left my house in Plymouth at 9. At 9 to pick them up for a 10:30 flight. We got there with about 15 minutes to spare. So it took an hour and 15 minutes. I'm like, okay. You know, it's 10:30. It's probably take about an hour and 15 minutes to get home. I'll be home in time at noontime for the stream. There's two ways to get to 93. 93 is the north-south highway that goes through Boston, right? There's two ways to get to it from Logan Airport. Two primary ways. One of them is on 1A over here. There's two tunnels right here called the Sumner and the Callahan Tunnel. The Callahan Tunnel goes this way, and the Sumner Tunnel goes that way. So one of them, the Sumner Tunnel, is going towards the city, right? And the Callahan Tunnel is going away from the city. The other way is what was from the Big Dig, right? The Big Dig has it is also two-lane tunnels kind of next to each other. Two of the lanes go that way, two of the lanes go this way. Pretty straightforward stuff. So, the Sumner Tunnel, so the inbound to Boston tunnel right here, not that one, this one, the one on the left-hand side here, that's closed for maintenance. And someone crashed in this tunnel. There was an accident in the Ted Williams Tunnel going inbound. So both inbound tunnels were closed going into the city. Now, here, let me zoom out. How many other roads do you see that connect here to here? How many other roads do you see connect the airport to 93? I've been having a great day. Not. So, there was a crash in the tunnel. The state police diverted everybody onto Route 1A northbound. So that's 1A northbound because you can't. The other tunnel's going the wrong way. You can't use that tunnel, right? Because it's the outbound tunnel. Inbound tunnel's closed. So all the outbound traffic out of the airport went this way. down 1A. They detoured us onto 1A and then promptly didn't say where to go. Yeah. They're like, oh, there's a detour, just follow the signs. And then there were no signs. I'm not even kidding. If I didn't know where we were, if I didn't know the city so well, we'd be lost in Revere somewhere. Oh, yeah. They detoured us onto the road and then promptly didn't say where to go. So I knew where to go, right? So I went up 1A, up to Route 1. Route 1 is stopped because all the traffic is filtering through Chelsea and Revere. It's stopped inbound because all the traffic from the airport is going out and around. So I said, frick this, and went up 1 to 93, or to 95, 128, down 93, back through the city, down Route 3 back to Plymouth. So I ended up having to go about 10 miles north to go 30 miles south. I got home a half hour ago. We left at 9 a.m. I'm not even mad. I am beyond mad. Like, that's just, all right. Okay. I'm not even mad. And then also, because it's the end of August, early part of September, everyone's flying into the airport because everybody's dropping their kids off from college. Because Boston has a ton of schools, right? There's the Institute, there's Harvard, there's Tufts, there's Suffolk, there's a bunch, right? So everybody, there's UMass, there's Boston College, there's Boston University. All the college kids are moving in all at the same time. 4 hours to go 60 miles. 4 hours. That's the worst it's ever been. Like, I was getting so pissed in the car. I blew a gasket and I just went beyond pissed. I'm just like, wow, man, I'm just kind of getting the popcorn. I want to see how bad this really is. How long is it going to take to get home? Yep, 15 mile an hour average. That's how my day has been thus far. How's Starfield? I noticed there are people playing it that the devs let play, right? Dude, have you seen some of the numbers those streams are pulling? That's TV show numbers, dudes. That's TV show numbers. Philly ain't too bad. Don't get me wrong. Philly is bad, but it's not. Philly is bad, but it's not that bad. All right. It's not as bad as Boston. Boston is atrocious. It's terrible, dude. It's terrible. Oh my god. Co-maxed out at 70. Wow. That's TV show numbers, Tara. Can you believe that? That's television numbers. That's Nielsen ratings. Good. That's crazy. Oh boy. So that's how my day has been. Bree's parents are like, "We are so sorry. We are so sorry." I'm like, "What am I gonna do? Make you take the train?" I'd still have to go and get them. The train doesn't come near Plymouth. That's concurrent too. Imagine Unique. It's TV show, dude. And there are multiple streamers. Ko is up there. Lyric's up there. I think Dan was up there too. Like, I'm like, whoa, that's nuts, dude. I didn't check on any of the streams. I want to experience the game with you guys, to be honest. So, oh my goodness, Panda Man, dude, it is. I'm not even mad. Like, I'm not even mad. I had to drive 10 miles north to go 30 miles south. I'm not even mad. Like, that's impressive how bad it is. Z-tier streamer. Streamer's only as good as the viewers. Serious. Cope and seethe. Hit the copium more. 15 miles an hour is still faster than the crawler. That's fair. Could I take the crawler? Because then I could just run over everyone's car? Can we do that? I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed. It's bad. It's bad, dudes. Like, I think I hit my threshold for awful driving today. I I think I hit my threshold. I don't. I officially hate driving in this city. I think today was the one that took the cake. I was wondering when I would get to the point where me of all people would say I hate driving. I hate driving in that city. I hate it. I hate it. It's terrible. Don't ever drive in Houston. Houston's tame compared to this grab. Yes, well, I haven't driven through Houston. I've driven through San Antonio, so I haven't experienced Houston traffic. But, dude, it can't be this bad. I've seen traffic in Detroit. I've been on the 405 in rush hour in LA. That's pretty bad. It wasn't as bad as Boston. Erudite, we're probably not going to get 69,000. Nice. We're probably not going to get 69,000 viewers playing Starfield, dudes. I'll probably get drowned out by everybody else. That's okay. I wanted to play it with you guys. You know. I mean, that would be nice, but they let all the big streamers play it before everybody else, and any small streamer knows that, you know, if they give exclusive to the big streamers and not the small streamers, you're gonna get pinched. It happens. I don't pay it any mind. I just want to play with you guys. Dude, they're pulling 60,000 viewers. I mean, I'm not even mad, dude. That's really cool. I'm impressed. 60, like Tara and I were just talking about. That's TV numbers, dude. That's television show numbers. That's television show numbers. Like, go look at the Nielsen ratings for like Ashoka or Andor. Dude, they're pulling TV numbers for Starfield. That's crazy good. That's really impressive. Really impressive. There's a lot of anticipation of this game. I really hope it doesn't suck. You can get off work at 4 p.m. in Houston, but not make it home till 10 p.m. every night. Okay, DJ, I have a question. And Grav, you can answer this too. Ashoka is the new Star Wars series TV show. It's about a rogue Jedi Knight that's played by Rosario Dawson. It looks pretty good, to be honest with you, but I don't know anything about it. So, Houstonites. If you do commute to work, so i.e. if you're not work from home, I have a question. Would you sometimes stay later at work to avoid rush hour traffic? And if so, how long would you stay? Yep, you do it an hour. Okay, your traffic is bad. All right, cool. Cool. That's how you, DJ, that's my rule of thumb, because we do the same thing. When I worked a normie job, dude, sometimes it was just not even, like, I'm just going to sit here in the break room for an hour. I'm just going to sit in the break room for an hour and watch TV. There's no point in trying to go home right now. You'll get home at the same time if you wait an hour. That's how you know it's bad, when you'd rather stay at work towards trying to get home. That's how you know the traffic sucks. So that gives me some perspective there for Houston traffic. Houston traffic is probably terrible. And you know what the crazy thing is, dudes? And maybe I'm just Stockholm Syndrome at this point. I don't mind a lot of cars on the road if everything is moving. It's the stop and go that gets me. The stop and go is just... Man, that Ford mug earned its keep. Gets used every day, dude. I keep it clean. Try to wash it every once in a while. But yeah, it's got some coffee stains on it. Is there public transport? Yeah, Balbon, we have the metro, we have the subway. So the subway, our subways in Boston aren't a planned system. They're made out of leftover rail lines that were made when trains were the primary method of transportation. So our subway is fragmented leftover passenger service from the golden age of rail. There's no logic to it. It's not set up very well, like, because it's just abandoned. It's literally made up of abandoned railways when the railways went belly up in the 50s because the car replaced them. It is useful, but the trains, if a train station isn't near your house, it's worthless. It's worthless because the time it takes to drive to the train station, find parking at said train station, And if the stations are far enough away from your house, you're not finding a parking space there. You got to like ride your bike or take a taxi or something. By the time you do that, and then you pay for your train ticket and get into the city, it ends up being more time and it's more expensive than driving the car, even with terrible gas prices. It's made out of leftover railroads, dude. Like, that's what it is. Like, I hate to say that, but yeah, see? Take a look at it. It doesn't look too bad, but the more you look, just like the roads, the worse it gets. Oh, that and it's run by idiots. That's the other thing. It's run by idiots. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Spooky. That's dumb. Yeah. Oh, you want to hear another kicker, dude? Well, while I'm just throwing my hometown under the bus. So, in the 50s, they consolidated all the belly-up railways and made it into the what's called the MBTA, Massachusetts Bay Transit Authority, right? It's called the MBTA, or just the T for short, right? Check this out. So, once again, made out of, you'd think, like, that train system didn't look that bad, right? But then you realize that when the trains went belly up, right? And they nationalized it at the state level, right? All the public transportation, right? They ended up taking all the different consists to save money, right? They ended up taking all the different consists from all the different private rail systems and consolidating them into one. And then promptly never updated it. The MBTA is an amalgamation of like 20 different types of cars. No interchangeable consist. Nothing. Nothing is interchangeable. Red line can't go on blue. Blue can't go on orange. Orange can't go on green. Green can't go on red. Red can't go on purple. Yep. No interchangeable consists. Yes, and if you look down there, the PCC rail car, the one that's like 100 years old at this point, yeah. Yeah. There is part of the MBTA that is using PCC suites, which literally haven't been manufactured since like 1943. Yep. Dude, it's the Ashmont-Mattapan line. There's no money to upgrade the line to heavy rail service, and the PCC cars are the only one that's light enough. I'm not even kidding. Presidential cars. So San Francisco has those. San Francisco has PCC rail cars. They have those, but as a tourist attraction. We actually use those for public transit still. In 2023. This is why no one rides the train. Yeah, Baltimore's doesn't look too bad. Rate your F-16. It's getting there. Nova, it looks good. So where do all you taxes go? I know you guys pay a ton of taxes. I don't know. Okay, Blue, I'll be honest with you. And I'm hesitant to say anything particularly good about our road system. The roads are smooth. I will give them that. The roads that we have are very well maintained. I'll give them that. The highways are smooth as glass. We do have that. There's not a lot of potholes. So, there is that. Taxes go to road repair because 100,000 cars drive all the time. Yeah, Dvorak, that's right. The roads are smooth as glass. I'll give you that. Dude, it's awful. Yeah, so our roads are really smooth. It's just our road system sucks. Oh, Sebi, you can cruise the... So, here's the thing. Everyone knows everybody else is in a rush because everyone knows the traffic system, the highways suck. Dude, the Route 3, the road near my house, the road that goes through Plymouth, the big highway, right? People are going 70, 80 miles an hour up and down that road all day. And it's a two-way highway. So 2 lanes this way, 2 lanes that way. Like, close together. Sebi, think the oldest parts of the Autobahn that were built in like the late 30s. Like 2 and 2 right next to each other with a median. People are going 70, 80 miles an hour down those roads. That's just traffic. That's through traffic. They'll pull you over only if you're like going 100 miles an hour. Dude, Route 3 is a death trap if you're not careful. Like, and then on top of that, you get just people veering in. Nobody bothers with the rules of the road. You get in the left-hand lane, right? Because it's only 2, and then there's an on-ramp that comes on, right? And you have 3 lanes, and the on-ramp merge threshold is like 100 feet. So the people don't even yield coming onto the on-ramps. They just veer into the right-hand lane. So everybody gets in the left lane. So if you're trying to pass, you're going to get stuck in the left lane behind somebody going like 55 miles an hour. Dude, it's a nightmare. Every time I drive up into the city, I feel like I'm driving on a super speedway. Like, because cars, like, you constantly have to look, check your mirrors, because there's people just veering all over the place. Next thing you know, like, you'll check your mirrors, nobody's there. Next thing you know, some guy in like an Audi SUV will go flying past you going like 120 miles an hour. Dude, everyone's so mad. The road system, dude, everybody gets so pissed. I'm not even kidding. No, there is a barrier. There's a median, Andrew. There's a median. Yep. It's NASCAR all the time. Panaman, driving into the city is an effort. It's an effort. Like, it's like I'm playing Friday Night Racing and like we're drafting. Like, I have to watch. You have to watch like 4 or 5 cars in front of you. And then there's people that aren't paying attention. They'll just randomly step on their brakes because they think they're going too fast. Oh, dude. If there's an accident on the other side of the road on a median highway, everybody will slow down because you don't want to go fast past the accident in the opposite lane, like in the opposite direction. There's an accident over here. The through traffic over here, despite there being a big concrete median, will start slowing down because, we can't go fast around an accident. And the cars are huge. Josh, this place is like Chelsea on steroids. It's just... It's terrible. Footballer cars everywhere. Everyone has one of those over here. Yeah, exactly, 2020. Yep. What do you think about the you may only overtake on the left side of the highway rule we have in Germany and Europe? Jebs, we have those rules too. Nobody listens to them nobody follows them inside of the city. Nobody follows them. People pass on the right. People pass on the left. People pass in the middle. Dude, the crazy part about it for me is the people that try to pass semi-trucks on the right-hand side. I'm like, are you out of your mind? They can't see you. You understand this, right? Like, if there's a semi-truck here and you're trying to pass on the right because the driver's seat's on the left, they can't see you. You're in the blind spot. People just still do it. I've seen trucks try to merge into the right lane. Somebody comes flying up the right lane. The truck has to veer back and like fishtail down the road. Dude. Yeah, you didn't know the rule exists here. Dude, it is unbelievable. I keep seeing big American trucks more and more in London, and I don't like it. Yeah. Josh, that's so fascinating to me that pickup trucks are catching on in Europe. Are they like... Okay, all right, hold on. Josh, do you keep seeing stuff like this? Like that? So a four-door pickup truck with a tiny pickup bed that's basically just an SUV with a pickup bed? Yes. That ain't a pickup truck, dude. That's just an SUV with a pickup bed attached to the back. That ain't no pickup truck. That's disgusting. See, you want to see a picture of what my truck looks like? This is mine, right there. Mine looks like that, only not nearly as nice. Mine's pretty crappy compared to that. That's a truck. That's a utility vehicle. Not that other thing is just an SUV with a freaking pickup box at the back. Oh, you gotta be kidding. And you know what? You know what the screwed up part is, dudes? My 6,000 pound, 3,000 kilogram heavy duty work truck is smaller than those sport utility pickup trucks, which are technically half-ton trucks. They're light duty. My heavy duty pickup truck is smaller than the light duty pickup trucks of today. What? Josh, it's not even whether, like with me, dude, it's not even whether you need them or something. It's not even whether you need it with me. Please know how to drive your pickup truck around. That's my problem, dude. Like, I get it. They're big and they're obnoxious. And I don't know why you would bother trying to take one of those into London. That would be silly. Like, and I'm saying that as somebody that loves pickup truck. That would be a little... Okay. But, dude, people don't know how to drive them. They don't know how to drive it. They don't know how to drive trucks. I wish Utes would catch on. Yeah, me too. Me too. Yeah, Marco, the F-150 is huge. Well, modern trucks are, because they have tons of safety features in them, they're these big, bulky things. You guys know that modern cars nowadays weigh like double what the big boats and land yachts did in the 60s. I'm serious. The cars in the 60s were big, but there was nothing in them. There's nothing in them. There's no airbags, no electronics. They're big cars, but they don't weigh very much. That's what a lot of people don't know. They don't weigh anything. It's very strange, man. Very strange behavior. Bring back the El Camino. Hell yeah. What would be the opposite of like a Fiat 500 in the US? Now, you guys know the F-150 in Europe. Are you guys familiar with the F-750? Europeans, you guys are gonna love this. you guys are gonna love this. I almost feel bad showing it. Here, this is from a Doug DeMuro video. That's an F-750. Or I think that one's a 650. You guys are gonna love this. Yeah, it's a 650. It says it right there. Now, to be fair, no one's buying that to drive around in the city. That is a truck that's designed to move like a horse trailer around. So like a farmer would buy that thing out in the middle of the country. Nobody daily drives one of those things. I mean, I'm sure someone does, and they do it. I don't think I need to say why, but yeah. Oh, a Holden, yes, heavy, I wish. Sometimes people do that, Ando, but in Boston, dude, they don't do that because, dude, you try to drive that into the city, you're only playing yourself, man. You're only gonna go home unhappy. We have Fiat 500s over here, Victory. They sell 500s. Guys, I honestly would not drive a 500 on the highway. With all the big SUVs around, No, I'm good. You're gonna get run off the road. Me and EJ in 10 years. I'd buy an H1, dude. Oh, you mean a Chevy equivalent? Yeah. People use Golfs to tow here. 2-horse trailer, no big deal. Our SUV is the most preferred vehicle in the U.S. That and those half-ton quad cab short box pickup trucks that is basically just a Chevy Suburban with a pickup bed attached to the back, yeah. There's surprisingly many Fiat 500s. 500 is a nice car, Bossy. It's a nice, sensible car. Like, you guys know, like, it's application. Like, I like pickup trucks because they're a good utility vehicle. Not a sport utility vehicle. It's just a utility vehicle. I like pickup trucks because they're useful. Right? They're useful. They're useful pieces of equipment. I can put sheets of drywall in my pickup bed, and it's not a big deal. I don't drive the pickup truck all the time because you don't need to. Like, that's my big thing. Like, I like actual utility vehicles, not sport utility vehicles. Grab me. But yeah, dude, that's like... I don't have any problem with the those Eurobox cars too, like a 500 or a Polo or stuff like that. I don't have any problems with those cars because that's what makes the most sense. Like, unless you want to suffer, like, drive whatever you want. But unless you want to suffer, that's what makes the most sense, dudes. Anyway, EJ's whining session is over. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope you laughed a little bit at my expense. You should get a 55 F100 and fix it up. Gujar, I have a 59 F100. Why would I do that? I like the 59 better anyway. Yeah, see? That's my truck. It was a please as usual? Alright, cool. Pre-recorded. Because with a 55, well, then you'll have two trucks. I already have two trucks. All right. Ready to go, dudes? Here's the thing, Europe has proven that you don't need to make the cars bigger to add in safety features. Aqualex, I've always been of the thing, like, if you need something like that, go for it. I mean, heck, dude, even if you don't need it, you don't need to justify your purchases to anybody. All I'm asking, and I think this is a bare freaking minimum, is that you learn how to operate the vehicle that you bought correctly. Is that a hard... I don't think that's a hard ask, dude. Like, is that too much to ask? I guess, I mean, maybe nowadays, yeah. You know, like... I don't, like, dude, I'm not even gonna, like, judge if you needed a big pickup truck like that, that's fine. But if you don't know how to drive it, like, what the hell? It's like, dude... I'm sorry, that's too much to ask for. Apparently. It's 2023, we don't do common sense anymore. Yeah, I know, it's weird. Alright, anyway. I said we'd start with a flight test today, dude, so... Asking too much, straight to Gulag. Show. No. Thingiverse, what's that, Stabby? A Thingiverse. A Thingiverse for Star Raker. Oh, cool. The 3D printed Star Raker. Neat. That's cool. I might print that. Watch it crack and strike right at takeoff. Thank you. Yeah, Havix. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. Like, if that's what you want to do. All right. It's so bad, dude. Let me put it to you like this. I can even understand if somebody lives like in the middle of the country. You live out when there's plenty of space, dude. That's fine. Like, I don't care. And for the most part, like if you're out in the center of the country, most people out there in the Midwest know how to drive. I'm serious. They know, even in the cities, they know what they're doing. The crazy thing to me is like, like people out here on the coast, they don't know how to drive. They don't know how to drive a pickup truck around. So they just veer around in lanes. They drive it around like they're driving a race car. It's not a race car. It's a pickup truck. Oh, back up! Not even getting into pedestrians, dude. Right? Like how am I gonna go? How am I gonna drive around a Fiat 500 or like how are you gonna drive around a small car and have that crap like just people just veering around in lanes? Like people are strange. Yeah, people are strange. All right, this flight we're flying to 1,300 or 13,000 meters, so we're probably gonna get up to about 40,000 feet. Dip this thing to 30,000 feet and then zip it right up into space. This one's going, man. It's beyond me, dude. I don't understand. Like, driving around your 2-ton metal box, you probably should know what you're doing with it, but hey, whatever, man. People don't like being told what to do, I guess, nowadays, even if
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Even if it's going to help, but hey, whatever. This conversation's making my blood boil. Dude, me too, man. I'm getting so pissed off. Dude, me too. I'm sitting here. I'm like, I hate him. I hate them all. Just get off the road. It's so bad, dude. Alright, cool. I'm happy that it wasn't just me, dude. Right, crustacean? Dude. You're young and you know that. That's good. That's a good thing, man. Jeepers creepers. Okay. All right. Sorry, I needed to get that off my chest, man. The traffic was just so bad today. It's very rare that I whine about something like this, but I hit a breaking point today. Apparently, there's some talk of Ferrari possibly somewhat fast this weekend. Copium. Hit the copium and the hopium. You're domesticated fully. The transformation is complete. Oh, God. No. Cargo burr. Alright. Okay. Control surfaces are on. Let's start up of the auxiliary power units. Starfield's gonna go live in about 5 hours, dudes. We're finishing Star Raker in the meantime. Okay, dudes. Control surface checkout complete. We are gopher, hamster engine start. I was counting on that. Hamster engine start confirmed. Tower, this is Kilo, Alpha, Sierra, Romeo, 1-6. Requesting permission to depart. Kilo Alpha Sierra Romeo 1-6. You are cleared to depart runway 9. Depart straight out. Kerbin Tower. Kilo Alpha Sierra Romeo 1-6. Clear to depart runway 9. Depart straight out. Ladies and gentlemen, the captain has turned on the fasten seatbelt sign. If you please remain seated with your train seat back in the upright and locked position. We're going to have you into space shortly. foot braking the plane, dude. Launching the plane after spool is always awesome. Not DMCA drum. B1. Rotate. We have a positive rate. Gear up. We've had an anomaly. Oh no. Thomas, you screwed me! You screwed me! Oh! What the hell, man? This punk said the control surfaces would go. What did we... So, wait a minute. What went? Now I'm confused. We need to secure the area? Now I'm confused. We didn't change anything from yesterday. That's not good. The fairing popped. Hold on, I'm gonna hit F3 before this thing delaminates completely. I don't understand, guys. We haven't changed anything since yesterday. Why did it fail today? What did we... Okay, I get it. The plane's breaking. Yeah, Kerbal, if you could just hurry up. We got kind of short on time. I mean, that is an awesome explosion. Like, I don't mind watching this thing pop every time because it is just a catastrophically awesome run. The frames are stuck in traffic. Don't you dare, you son of a bitch. I'm trying to see what exploded. Game. Fairings. The fairings inside popped. Nope. No. No, Aqualux, not necessarily. Huh. Yeah, the occlusion fairings are the fuel tanks. I'm 90% sure because we saw it shoot out of the thing. I mean, that is a catastrophic explosion. Any visual parts of the plane left? Nope. There's some control surfaces, and there's part of the wing leading edge, but most of it is kill. Oh, there's an engine. It's rolling away. Did that wing skewer itself into the ground, or did it just stop the physics simulation? Man, that thing got some distance, huh? Ugh! Wow. Dude, I'm not even mad. What a nutso explosion. Alright, that seemed to have come from the occluded tank fairings. So, that's good to know. The occluded tank fairings are right in here. Alright, So what should we do with those things?
Discovery, go
Go
and throttle up.
at throttle up. Sequels of Trash got gifted a sub. Thank you very much. Well, that's a good way to start the day, I suppose. All right, let's I should be able to get one from the engine nacelle to the fairing like that. And then what I'll do is take one from the plate, take another strut from the plate, and see if we can get it to the main fuselage. That should make it so these parts shouldn't move. That's crazy, dude. I can't believe that. All right, well, I think that'll fix it. Let's try it again. Thank you for flying EJ Air. We hope you enjoyed your very short flight. And if you actually have all your limbs, we might need you for a second to help. Let's be real. There's no survivors from that. Anyway, moving on. Okay, so Appam Bottom Jeans the Reaper didn't play very well. So we got to pick a new launch song. Value Jet, one-way tickets to the Everglades. Oh. That's spicy, man. I need a drink of water after that one, Alex. Jeez. Where's my peanuts? I will leave a bad review. Yes. Please, hey, Zizep, if somebody's leaving a review, well, there's no such thing as bad press. That means they got to their destination, right? Hey, see? Everybody writes bad reviews about Ryanair, right? But also, if you're writing bad reviews about Ryanair, that means they got you to the destination. So are they really that bad? Am I right or am I right? Or was it the widow that wrote it? I'm pretty sure the widow, if somebody had a loved one passed away on an airplane, I'm pretty sure the widow wouldn't be taking the time to write a review. They would go write a review to a lawyer or something. You know, I'll be honest with you. I don't mind airlines like that. We have a Ryanair over here, a similar one. It's called Spirit Air. It's low buck flying. It's basically a bus. They even paint them yellow, right? Here's the thing. It's always funny to me that people get these great rates at Spirit Air and then they're like, oh my god, I was packed in like a sardine on this plane. I can't believe that. How could they do this? Blah, 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 blah. You bought a Spirit Air ticket or a Ryanair ticket. What are you expecting? Are you expecting first class service? Like, it's a little weird. Like, what are you expecting? Right? The engine sound is so good, man. That ain't going anywhere. We're getting some warp on the back edge of the wing. On the second to last row, fifth. Second to last row, fifth column in. Getting some fuselage warping right there. Alright. Damn it! Not again. Why that time? I mean, guys, I haven't made any changes to the vehicle. I tried to, and then we didn't. And, I mean, we got it almost to space that time. I don't understand. My design needs more time in the oven, Intense. It ain't the game. I need to see what failed, dudes. Damn it. It's not funny, Elfers. That's too spicy. Too spicy, man. Airstream protective shell 375 collided into 5 meter. That's the engine section. Why weren't we seeing this problem last night? Did I can't remember if I changed something. So the structural failure was right here. So this fairing right here, right? Fairing expansion. That fairing makes up the aft tail cone of the vehicle, and then attached to that is my primary engine section. That part came loose. That's the part that all the engines are attached to. They're attached on one structural carrier, and it's strutted like crazy on purpose. Well, I flew on a pretty crazy flight angle last night. 2020, that's strange, dude. Are we strutted to fairing? We are. Huh. Why is this doing this now? Is this Starfield? Oh, no, man. It's Kerbal 1.1. What are you, blind? Drummer. How have you not gotten that joke by now, dude? Excessum has been doing that since 1.1 came out. How have you not gotten this joke yet, dude? I don't mean to laugh in your face, dude, but Jesus Christ. He's been doing that for like 5 years, man. I haven't noticed. You've answered him before, man. I'm sorry. That's funny. This is 1.1, dude. Oh, yeah. No, drummer, one time when Kerbal 1.1 came out, I was getting asked, is this 1.1 every 5 minutes? When I had on the screen in big letters, this is Kerbal 1.1. And people were doing it not as a joke. They were actually asking, hey, is this Kerbal 1? I just got here. It's like... Dude. To the point where I have, like, I see it and I'm like, oh, it's successful doing that. I get it. Drummer, you were the one that suggested putting text up. You should put not Starfield. Oh my goodness. All right. We need another structural carrier. What I think I'm going to do here is wait, is this 1.1? Yeah. Oh yeah. I'll admit I'm kind of bumming that this is actually happening here. Like that this is doing this. I'm not too happy about it. We might need more space tape, chat. Last known good takeoff. It's not letting me attach that. Is there? There's no piece here or anything, right? Could it be strutted too much? Nah, I don't think so, dude. I'm just... Yeah. Here, let's watch last night's footage. Thanks for clipping it, Oculus. Let's see. I'm really, really confused, to be honest with you. I haven't changed anything. Unless we just got lucky. Okay. Vijuan. So we rotated at 105. I put the gear up. Do I throttle back? Let's see. Do we throttle it back? No, I saved it, Stuart. I know because I went to block off the fuselage with engine sections, and I misclicked on something and I had to reload. So this is the exact configuration that we had last night. Very weird, dude. Yeah, I removed a spectrometer right there, Liquid. You're right. That's not doing anything. That was... I placed that a long time ago to kind of try to figure out a guide system for this, and then we went and did something else instead. Yeah, interesting. Landing legs? There's no landing legs on this design, James. Try to see if we can get this thing to seat in the fairing like that. That's strange, man. I remember the wheels caused problems at takeoff. Well, that was that strut right there. My aft gear wasn't strutted. So, James, to make sure I located it, I basically triangulated it. You see the two struts there? One is it's diagonally going up to the part, and another one is going to the fairing, and then this part is actually attached up there. It's attached to the SRB. So with this strut, I actually made it, I triangulated it. It's attached up here technically, so the main attachment hierarchical line goes here, and we basically made it's attached three ways. Two of them are struts, one's the connection, but the connections are going off at different angles. I do stuff like that on purpose, guys. I'm not placing struts willy-nilly. I'm bridging different parts of the hierarchy. We also had a lot of wing load. Second to last column, fifth wing, right here. Or second to last row, fifth column, right there. We had a lot of load right there. That was bending. here. Let's do this. I'll put an X brace in here to hold that piece. The other thing to note, dudes, angle of the strut absolutely makes a difference. Just in case anybody was wondering, the angle of the dangle really, really makes a difference. You know what I'm saying? So me Xing these struts is there on purpose. Because if the strut was like going this way, like if the angle of that was over there, an angle like this that's trying to hold an edge up is not going to hold it up very well. Think like polybridge. This triangulation that we're putting in here between the hierarchical branches is actually strong. That keeps it nice and strong. Now, Kerbal doesn't really make it a thing kind of showing you this kind of stuff, but yeah, I will. He said dangle. I said angle at the dangle, son. Last, what's up, Adam? Is it possible that a wing part moved the fairing until it collided? Yeah, I don't know, dude. Dude, don't tell. Shh! Don't tell him about that. Don't give him any ideas. Craft looks like it's trying to collapse or shrink itself as some inner force pulls the parts inwards. Yeah, I mean. So Adam, where I had. All right, see this fairing right here, dudes? And let's see if I'm not thinking of anything. All 10 of my motors are attached to that. They're attached on nodes, so everything is pushing on that. We got about 5 meganewtons. Well, it could be up to 7 meganewtons of force pushing on that thing. So for the people that don't know, 7 meganewtons is a 1.6 million pounds of thrust is pushing on that thing, especially during takeoff. Like, there's a lot of stress involved here. Could you add same vessel collision to take some of the load internally? We could, Aqualux, but yeah, I could, but that part is not pushing up against anything. Yeah. It's not really pushing. It's not really pushing against much. You'd love to see this craft in the hierarchy visualizer? Prepare for spaghetti. The rudder is atrocious. Oh, gosh. That rudder is an atrocious hierarchy. That's terrible. Look, there are 2 vanes that aren't even connected. Oh. But I did say I needed to do a detail pass on that. So, let's go look around here. Yeah, see? Right there. Not strong enough. Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at it here, look at how much stuff is attached to these 2 things. So it looks like my nacelles are attached to the adapter, along with the control surfaces. The control surfaces are attached to the adapter. Oh, we need to strut the adapter. That's what's going on here. This is like looking at the code view. This is what I see when I build craft, Slump. Yeah. I don't even see the craft files anymore. All I see is strut, attachment, grandparent part, blonde, brunette, redhead. Oh dear. Yep. Check it out. See the grandparent strutting? My grandparent struts are the bulkheads. See? Isn't that cool? I set it up structurally in Kerbal to look exactly like real wing architecture. This is what I do when I build planes, guys. If you've ever seen me sitting here staring off into the void going, I can't figure this out, I can't figure this out. This is what I'm looking at. This is what I see. That's what I'm looking at. EJ, you scared the bejesus out of me. See how the auto struts are basically working across like a structural, I think it's called a spar. You see that? This is what I see when I build. I'm placing I'm not just placing parts willy-nilly, guys. I'm placing them and I'm attaching them in a way that I know is going to make the hierarchy do this. So where we're going wrong is back here somewhere. If we shut off grandparent struts, so the white lines represent a connection between 2 parts. So you know how I have the wings kind of L7 next to each other like this? That's what that part is right there. That's what that is. Each one of these diagonals that go out like that, that's tessellated wings. So down here, the blue lines are struts. And when you look at this, let's look at it from the top. It'll be easier to see. I see the problem. And this is why Theix, a viewer in chat, made this hierarchy thing, so I could see this out in UI, so I could show it to you guys. I know the problem. So, look. Here's how I have this set up. See the fairing? The fairing is attached to the adapter. Okay? So how this works is you have your tail cone fairing right there. Actually, that's the tube. You have your tail cone fairing right here. And then you have the adapter. And then the hierarchy 180 degrees to the fairing right there. It goes to the fairing. So it's tail cone fairing, engine adapter, plate. Now, this thing, the fairing delaminated. That's the part that broke. That joint connection had 7 meganewtons of force pushing on it. That's 1.6 million pounds of thrust, give or take. That's a lot of force. Even for KSP, that's a lot. That's enough to break the joint. Now, what can you tell me about the relationship between the engine adapter and that? Look at it from the top down. That tells me I'm not getting good triangulation with the struts. I do have triangulated struts there. See? 1, 2, and 3. But do you see how all the struts pinch right here? There's no blue lines that go from here to here, for instance. Everything is impinging right there. That's no good. Because that means this is pulling the engine adapter and the engine adapter is pushing. And we're basically making a pinch point in the hierarchy. That's why it's breaking. I'm pretty dang sure. 2020, that was a tier 3. Subscribe for 6 months at tier 3 2020. Oh, thanks. Thanks, man. I'm going to try to see if we can pick up that welder this week, dude. I'm thinking a Miller-Matic 142. But a 110 MIG-TIG welder is what I'm looking for, dude. I forget what you recommended. I think you recommended basically the Lincoln equivalent of that, but... yeah, see what I'm talking about? We're getting we have good triangulation here, but there's not a lot of structure built from the adapter forward to the tube. Now, I thought strutting the fairing to the tube, and the tube being a structural load carrier, would be okay, but it's not. It's absolutely not, because it's not in the mainline hierarchy. Is this grandparent strutted? It is, okay. How are we gonna do this? Alright, I got an idea. We're gonna get a little weird here. So move the tube all the way back, like this, right? We have the tube. There it is. So I'm gonna run a set of struts from the adapter, from the engine adapter, to the tube. And then I'm gonna take the tube and I'm moving the tube back into position. I need this thing to basically be an intermediary to help carry that load, because it's trying to carry the load through the main hierarchy, which is not, that's not going to work. Now these struts are basically going to run through the fairing plate. In 3 times sim. Hey, Pythos, thanks for the raid, buddy. How's it going with Star Raker? I'm having a slight structural anomaly going on with the thing. Now, don't get me wrong, that's creating some really, really awesome explosions. But I'd prefer it not doing that. Jeep still overheat. Should have replaced the thermostat first. Okay. Yeah, S, where was this wisdom yesterday? I boiled the thermostat and it opened, so I thought it was good. You boiled the thermostat? Wait, what? Whoa. Dude, just take a lighter. Take a lighter and put it underneath the thermostat for like 30 or 40 seconds. If it opens, then it's good. What did you like take a pot of water and put it in there and it opened? Like, wait, I'm confused. If it's opening, dude, then it's fine. Did it not open? I'm confused. It's a good control temp check. Yep, so is a lighter. But it's not opening enough, I think. S, all I want is one day. One day where that thing doesn't have a freaking problem, dude. Okay, that's the thermostat right there, okay? You should light up this part with the torch. The thing should open basically to about here. That's it. It should open maybe to like right here. See, like right there? That's where it should go. See the stop right there? It shouldn't go very far. Like maybe an inch at best. At best. Like that's even pushing it, but it does depend on the thermostat. But yeah, you're learning about cooling systems. See Discord. I don't know what you want me to see with this picture. Is that... Did you take this out of boiling water? Okay, chat, you had your chance. EJ, do the ducted fan shrouds include parts attached to the central node from arrow or drag? Ducted fan shrouds. On Starraker? Give him some credit, he's trying. Yeah, but you're adding a step. You could just take the thermostat with the tongs and hold it over that for a little while. It doesn't matter what the temperature is. I mean, the boiling water does give you pretty much a temperature indicator because it's going to boil at 100 C or 212 Fahrenheit, right? But yeah, that's junk. That's toast. I put it in water and it only opened 1 to 2 millimeter max. So, all right. I'm going to do what I didn't do yesterday. All right. So, S, what did... You have to be very clear here. What did you do exactly? Did you put a pot of water on the stove? Did you put the thermostat in right away? Or did you wait till the water boiled and then put the thermostat in? What did you do? Type out the steps, please. I mean, S, to be honest with you, to be 100% honest with you, here, let me see what you did first. Hey, Chief, what's going on, buddy? Why does this pasta taste like iron? Because you're not getting enough iron in your diet. I'm bleeding. One at a time, fellas. You boiled water and then dropped the thermostat in. Found tongs, did a few tests of the tongs, then grabbed the thermostat out and took the photo. Well, yeah, the thermostat's a heat sink, dude. So basically, guys, how cars with internal combustion engines work, right? How cars with the ICEs work is basically there's metal, right? There's a metal spring in the thermostat, and when you heat the spring up, it actually contracts. And when the spring reaches a certain temperature, it'll contract and it'll open up a valve. The top of the spring is attached to the thermostat valve, and the thermostat valve will open when it gets to a certain temperature. Yes, if you left it in there for like 20 seconds and then took it out, or 20 to 30 seconds and then took it out, it's not going to get to temperature that quickly. So if you want to do that test again, pot of water on the stove, put the thermostat in, then turn the stove on, if you want to do the test like that. Or you could just take the tongs, grab the rim of the thermostat, put it over the burner, and just leave it there. Just heat it up till that thing either opens all the way or doesn't do anything at all. You got to do that so the thing can get up to temp. That's how the thermostat works. You're trying, with the boiling pot of water, you're trying to mimic the conditions. So the conditions is that the thermostat blocks the coolant loop. It'll block the coolant loop until your motor gets warm enough. Basically, the water pump will just push against the thermostat and it'll just circulate coolant inside of the engine until it gets to 212, right? 180 for most cars. You basically try to get to the point where the coolant doesn't boil. And then that spring will contract at 180 and it'll start circulating through the radiator. The idea is to let the engine warm up. You got to get the engine to operating temperature. You bought a new one already. Okay, so you're learning with your wallet, and that's a way to do it. Next time, if you think the thermostat's giving you trouble, just take it out. Just take it out. The thermostat's there to get the motor up to operating temperature. You're in South Texas. I don't think you need to worry about that. That's for us up here, where it's cold. Where it's cold. The motor needs to get to operating temperature. The motor doesn't work very well when it's really cold. You can crack the casting that way. So, like, up here, we need the thermostats. You go even further north up into Canada, they literally plug the motor into an outlet and have 110 volts grounding out on the engine to keep it warm. So you got to get it up to operating temperature. I don't think you're going to have that problem in South Texas. Literally, just next time, take the thermostat out. Just put it back together. Take it out. You don't need it. You don't need it in Texas. Right index finger. Looks fine to me. So you don't put a new one in? You shouldn't have to. I mean, if you have it apart, you might as well put it in. But you want to troubleshoot a thermostat next time, see if the thermostat's the cause of your problems, just take it out and throw it in the trash. Or just take it out and see what the car does. Because if you take the thermostat out, put the thing back together, and then run it, and it doesn't overheat, there's your problem. Right? You have to redo the gasket too. Yep. Has to be watertight, dude. You have to use the Permatex. I mean, if you have a new thermostat right now, just put it in. This is what I mean, dude. You're learning by parts cannoning your car, and that's fine, but parts cannoning doesn't teach you as well. You know, you got to sit there and think about troubleshooting. What systems of the car are involved with the system that's not working correctly? All right, so your car is overheating. If your car's overheating, there's only a couple of things that could be the problem. Radiator, thermostat, water pump. The easy way to fix all that, dude, the easy way to fix all that is just to replace all three. Then you know you fixed the problem. But consider this. All right, we're going to tie this back into space. The easiest way to make sure that a shuttle engine will work after being reused is to rebuild the entire thing. Understand? Does that make sense? I did. You told me the thermostat was good. I don't ever remember saying that the thermostat was okay. Well, the thermostat was opening. It was opening when you drove the Jeep into my garage and I didn't put the radiator cap down all the way and it pissed out coolant all over my garage floor. It was working just fine then. Yeah, what Dixie said. Take both of the thermostats, put them in the pot of water and turn them on. See which one opens more if you really want to be sure. But yeah, this is the kind of stuff you got to think about when you go to troubleshoot, dude, because I'm not always going to be here. You know, there might be times where I'm working on a crazy big Kerbal project and I'm trying to get it done. I'm trying to get this project done before, you know, a big game comes out so we can actually put some closure on a project for a change. You know what I'm saying? So think about this stuff next time. So I was biasing it off that. I checked the water pump and then replaced the radiator. I don't ever remember telling you the thermostat was okay. But it was opening. But it could have broken between then and now, dude. If I told you that when you were up here, it could have broken. You did drive it 2,000 miles since. The radiator looks messed up, so probably not bad to have a new one. I mean, like I said, parts cannoning the problem like that is bad for your wallet, but you know the car is going to be more reliable, right? Like, sure, Adam. I mean, the other thing when working on cars, dude, and now I understand, you know, listen to me because I'm teaching you. The other thing is you should trust people, but verify it for yourself. That's a big mistake that people make with working on cars. You listen to other people. And now, don't get me wrong, you're learning, so You're learning, right? But keep in mind, like, if I said the thermostat was good before you drove it down to Texas, it may have broken in that time. It's possible, right? But check for yourself. That's the big key to wrenching, dude. Check for yourself. Be absolutely 100% sure. I mean, that's your ride, man. That's your transportation. You know, sometimes it warrants taking the whole thing apart to be absolutely sure. Now you know. Now you know, for instance, your radiator, your water pump, and your thermostat are fine. So now, if the thing has overheating problems, you either A, don't have enough coolant in it, or B, you're running lean. That's the only other two ways that it's going to get... That's the only other two ways it's going to overheat. Yep, Dixie, that's like 50% of wrenching, dude. Understanding the failure and why it happened. You have to troubleshoot the failure mode. It's like spacecraft, dude. You have to be absolutely sure. Just take that into account next time, dude. Yeah, I'm running lean, fricking frick. This is the kind of stuff you have to run through your head. What causes... The first thing is, okay, it's overheating. What causes an engine to get hot? Radiator's not working. Water pump's broken. Thermostat isn't opening. Motor's running lean. Not enough coolant. It's those 5. It's one of those 5. There's no other reason why an engine should be... Well, there is one more, but this one doesn't really apply to you. Milkshake in the crankcase. Those 6. It's gonna be one of those. Nothing else. The 6th one is you blew a head gasket, but you didn't blow a head gasket. I know you didn't blow a head gasket. It could also be the fans, yeah, Foo-Face. That Jeep has a mechanical and an electric fan because it's from the 90s and it's halfway between 70s tech and modern technology. I hope not atomic. 6, it's a Jeep, yeah. Both fans are good, you checked. How did you check if both fans are good? Well, the mechanical fan obviously works. That's a clutch fan. It's parasitic, so it's on the belts, right? How do you know the electric fan works? What did you do? And Adam here, I'll show you the leading edge. Well, Foo-Face, you wouldn't want to do that because then the crap would hit the fan. Curious enough to take it apart, smart enough to get it back together. Wise enough to hide the spare parts. Fans work, he boiled them. You apply 12 volts to them. Well, Adam, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful because the draw on the fan, dude. If the fan is a 30 amp fan at 12 volts, the wires that you attach are gonna weld themselves to the terminals. You can't hot switch 30 amps like that. Electric fan works because it spins when I put the AC on or when the engine is hot. Okay. Yeah, Adam, you have to relay a 30 amp draw like that. If you don't, you're gonna short the car out and it's gonna explode. Well, not explode, it'll catch on fire. If the boys are mechanics, a milkshake could bring them to the yard. Yeah, the junkyard. Oh! Dixie, you used a 4-wheel custom off-roaders many a year. We broke stuff all the time, so I ended up getting good at mud wrenching. 4-wheeling's a good time, Dixie. What were you using? So I think the crankshaft position sensor and the O2 sensor is the issue. I have the O2 sensor. I should probably put that in. All right, S. Okay, so you think it's the crankshaft position sensor. You think it's the O2 sensor. S, let's think about this for a second. I just suggested that he swap the cooling water with liquid hydrogen, so yeah, I wouldn't follow your advice. I mean, Adam, you seem like a pretty respectable guy. I would follow your advice. So, S, let's think about this for a second. You think it's this. You think it's this. How can you prove that it's the crankshaft position sensor? How can you prove it? Prove it. How do you prove it? How do you prove that the crankshaft position sensor is good? Replace it to see what fixes it. How do you do that without replacing parts? How can you verify that it's the CPS? How would you do it? What does a crankshaft position sensor do? It's a Hall effect sensor that's picking up on an interrupted signal from that flex plate, right? The flex plate that we put in here. Give me 1 second. So, this is the flex plate. This is on the back of the engine on your Jeep. You know this. You're very familiar with this one. So, you guys notice that, so this is the flex plate. The flex plate is what connects the engine to the transmission. So, you have 6 bolts in the center, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. These are connected to the engine, and then these outer bolts, 1, 2, 3, and 4, are connected to the torque converter, the fluid coupling on the transmission, right? If you look, outside here is the ring gear. The ring gear is what the starter motor turns to start the engine. When you hear the that's this thing, the starter motor's turning the flex plate, or the flywheel if it's a manual transmission. Now, look, see these things right here? The crankshaft position sensor is right here. And the sensor is really close to this. And what the sensor is basically doing is it's looking for an interrupted signal. See these things right there? When this thing spins, right? When it spins and creates an interrupted signal in the crankshaft position sensor. That interrupted signal is sending a pulse. It's sending a modulating frequency back to the ECU. And the ECU takes that modulated frequency and says, okay, this frequency is coming in at 100 hertz. And the computer takes that 100 hertz and says, okay, 100 hertz is 1,000 RPM. 200 hertz is 2,000 RPM, etc., right? So, how do you know? How can you verify that the crankshaft sensor, the crankshaft position sensor is working? Well, we know it's not the flex plate because we replaced that. We know it's not this. So what does that leave? That leaves the crankshaft position sensor itself, or the connection going to said crankshaft sensor. So how would we verify that each one of those are working? How would you verify that? Yes, let's think about it. I'm serious. Let's think. So your crankshaft position sensor needs to make a circuit. Because it needs to make a circuit, you need power going to it, and then you need the data signal coming from it. 2 lines. How would you know if the wiring is good? How would we test it? Tessa, your name's not S-Master, but... Get the multimeter out. What would you set it to, guys? I wouldn't set it to resistance. It's looking for an interrupted signal. Just set it to 20 volts. Set the thing to 20 volts. Connect both ends of that wire, and if it's getting a good signal, right, then you're good. An oscilloscope. Well, an oscilloscope would be to measure the data signal from the crankshaft position sensor. Oscilloscopes are expensive. I don't think anyone here can afford one of those. So, you have to verify signal from the crankshaft position sensor, and then the sensor itself, you'd check for continuity. Switch the multimeter to continuity, and then hit both leads on the CPS. If it doesn't have continuity, then boom, it's not making a signal. You got an oscilloscope? Jess, you want to send me the oscilloscope? Does that make sense? I mean, the easy way to do all that is, I guess you could just replace the crank sensor and see if it works if you want to do that, but... It's like 30 pounds. I didn't ask how heavy it was. I asked if you wanted to send it to me. You don't have to do that, Tessa. I already ordered the crankshaft position sensor and had it shipped to New York because big dumb. Anyway, that's what you got to do. You got to, when you go and wrench, you got to understand how the part works, and then you got to troubleshoot said part before you go. If you're doing it on a budget, that's the way you got to do it. My roommate is mailing it back here. Okay. I'm from the UK and not great at geography, but isn't Texas to New York quite a distance? Jib, that's like going from Edinburgh to Cornwall and back. Yeah, it's about double the distance. So you're in Edinburgh, drive all the way down to Cornwall, and then all the way back. That's the distance from New York to Texas. The U.S. is freaking huge, dude. It's a big, big country. You could do that too, Adam, sure. Hey, Peter, look out for your Cornwall, bud. Alright. It's 2,000 miles, Jib. Thank you. But I'll stick to my tiny little island. Yeah. So, like, Jib, if I wanted to drive... So, like, Route 154, I drove a car from Compton, California to Boston, Massachusetts. I drove the 97. And then I went up to Vandenberg and back, and then we went out of the way to the Grand Canyon, and then to Detroit, and all the way across the country. It's about 4,000 miles. That's like you driving from London to, I don't know, Istanbul? Yeah. Or like Aleppo, maybe? It's about that far. It's a long way. Yeah, and back, excuse me, and back. Yeah. It's a big country, dude. Straight out of Compton. Yep. I threw that truck together in a parking lot in Compton. Cold shot. Savvy's like, I do that every year for Thanksgiving. Yeah, dude. It's big. I had to check. It's shorter from New York to Texas than it is Quebec to Winnipeg. Well, Canada, I mean, purple. Canada's huge. And once you get past Ontario, man, you get out into Saskatchewan, like Alberta out there. There's not a lot of anything out there. Yeah, once you're getting out of Ontario, man, there ain't much. There ain't much, basically, until you hit like Winnipeg, Calgary, Edmonton, and then there's nothing until you get to BC. And even then, there's nothing until you get to the coast. Hey, Chaos. Good morning. All right, let's do this. Let's see if my structural fixes fixed anything. Can't fly the dogs and they like the beach. Savvy, are you going back to, I'm not going to say where, you go back all the way home to in California, like where you're from in Cali? You drive all the way back from where you are, dude? It's getting there, Drac. Plane's looking good, Drac, yeah. Between Winnipeg and Calgary, it's, yeah, there's not a lot. I always forget that Manitoba is there, too. I don't know why I always forget about Manitoba. I think everybody else forgets about Manitoba, too. No offense if you live in Manitoba. My bad. All right, well, let's see if she blows up. 13K, let's go. Why does it bounce all the time on startup? Kerbal, sometimes Kerbal just feels the need to drop the damn thing onto the ground. I have no idea why it likes doing that. Okay. Control surfaces. Damn, Savvy. That's a trek, dude. I know, Luizo. I'm trying to figure out why the game stalls when the front gear bashes the ground. I'm almost wondering if something is breaking up there and it's not showing, which is why I just tried to see if there's any debris around. Nothing. Would help if you set graphics to minimum. Nah, Adam, it's not the graphics. It's a simulation problem. Kerbal is... The computer's trying to figure out what these 1,200 parts are doing, like, synchronously. And that... Kerbal doesn't... Well... Computers don't like that. The problem is that in order to get a nice uniform simulation, you have to do it all on one core on the processor. If you tried to split the sim across 2 cores, doing that is like if you have to do laundry, having a washer and dryer on the top floor of your house, or having a washer on the top floor of your house and having a dryer on the bottom floor of your house. So like, you know, you wash everything and then you have to take the dirty clothes all the way down to the dryer, and then you have to dry everything, and then you got to take the clothes back up to the floors that you live on, right? Like, splitting the simulation across cores like that doesn't work very well. It's hard to do. If, like, and by hard to do, I mean nigh impossible. Well, it's not impossible. Nothing is impossible. You get the idea. $13 to $10 if we get that far. Exactly, Aldenser, yeah. I don't know, dudes. I don't know. I never considered using a part welding mod to increase performance. It'll increase performance but decrease simulation fidelity, cats. I have no idea how a part welded wing is going to work aerodynamically. I don't think that's a smart idea. Thanks, Adam. It's not good, dudes. It's not good. I must have changed something. It just doesn't not work, you know? It might be the control surfaces. That's the only other thing I can really think of. I didn't pitch back on the control surfaces all the way, and I didn't fully deflect the control surfaces on takeoff last night. So if we decrease deflection on the control surfaces, it might work. Is it a Kraken strike? Something is breaking inside of the vehicle pop, and I'm not 100% sure where it is. Oh, boy. Savvy, here's the thing. I don't want to sacrifice simulation fidelity just so, just so we can get a slightly better frame rate. I don't want to do that because the truth is that we'd have to requalify everything. We'd have to weld all the parts, and then I'd have to sit there and figure out how they all work together, etc., etc. Like, I don't want to do that. If you had another month, it'd be perfectly worth it. Lower calculation time could result in better results, but you have to test the welded and unwelded wing to make sure they perform the same, or else otherwise it'd be worthless. That's it, dude. Yeah, if I budgeted more time for the project, I probably would have, but Ben, I'm having problems. I basically took the exact same vehicle that we launched last night, and I tried to take it off to fly the flight regime that I was going to fly today, 13 to 10 and then up. Blows up every time I try to take off. So what I did now was work in a temporary auto strut, because when I notice this thing drops onto the runway, the back control surfaces start freaking out. And I'm pretty sure that time the control surfaces were what caused the problem. I pulled the stick all the way back and deflected the control surfaces to maximum, and they basically ripped off. I don't know what indestructible parts does, Adam. I'm not 100% sure what that does. Because I've had indestructible parts on and it still breaks. Don't know what that's about. Savvy, I figured it out. Yeah, we'll watch the next one, Savvy. You're confused, Pace. I need to verify what I just saw 2020 in the SPH. Guys, I watched the wing control surfaces move, and I noticed that they were flopping around even after I toggled SVI on. And then I was like, wait a minute, that shouldn't be flopping around. Well, it seems, from what I can tell here, unless I made another revision of this, or we launched a different craft file last night, that same vessel collision is not enabled on all the parts that it should be enabled on. So that means my control surfaces are being held in place via a strut and 2 robotics. So let me just verify that we're on the right file by loading the R16 file and not loading the auto-saved. I am, Stellar, yeah. No one wants floppy surfaces. They gotta stay nice and rigid, Jib, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, look. Nothing is set to SVI. It didn't remember any of my SVI stuff. Oh. Oh, for frick's sake. What? I don't understand. Did I not save this? Nothing has SVI toggle on. Dude. Okay, I might be going insane. I swear we did this last night and I saved. I know I saved this. But Kerbal didn't remember it. But Kerbal, see, that's the thing. Kerbal doesn't make that mistake. There are mistakes in the simulation from time to time with KSP1, but the simulation is ridiculously consistent if you do the same thing every time. Why do these ones have same vessel collision on, but the rest of the hinges don't? I don't understand. I swear you saved. Yeah, dude, Agolux, I must not have. That's the only logical truth here. I watched you press save like 3 times before you quit. Yeah, I must not have. Or we've pushed Kerbal to the absolute limit. That yellow is just... I know why that's there. It's from negative scale, but... Yeah, Adam, that's what I mean. That doesn't sound like me. But that certainly explains why the control surfaces are not working correctly, because they're not being held in. The Kraken Tech hinges, the Hybrid Tech hinges aren't. Dude, it must have been something like that, where I misclicked and I reloaded and I didn't notice. It has to be. It has to be something like that. Kerbal doesn't forget that you saved. It doesn't. I've been doing this for a long time. I'm pretty sure I made a mistake. Maybe when you pulled the tail off? That's my guess, Savvy. If I had to throw my hat into the ring, dude, that's my guess. See? Stuff like that. Stuff like that, dude. I must have done it, and then this must have happened, and we must have been talking about something else and changed the subject. It has to be. Like, Kerbal doesn't forget to save, guys. It doesn't. It's never done that. Not even since the early days, dude. We're pushing it to its limit, and that's the problem. So I'm going to click on these control surfaces, and I'm going to make sure that they're back to the deflection that we had last night. Alright, dudes. Let's try it now. It's weird that it would remember the control surfaces same vessel collision, but not the hinges. That's all one subassembly, so it's weird to me that one of them would be SVI'd and the other one wouldn't. That doesn't make any sense. But who knows? I haven't included the main fuselage test. I haven't even gotten that far. Well, alright. I'm not sure how far this test is going to get, fellas, but what I'm going to do is when we get to V1, when we get to 90 meters a second, I'm just going to go full back on the stick. Not pull it all the way back, but slowly ramp it to full upward deflection. That will put the wings through a stress test. And if the control surfaces make it, then we know that that was the problem. I must have been halfway through assigning action groups to SVI Blue Flare when we got interrupted or we had a misclick or something. I really wish it didn't drop the damn thing on the ground like that, but... Alright, Savvy, we're going from the side this time. Here, I'll get us top down like this, dude. Let me verify control surfaces first. Okay, everything's working. Fire up the converters. Yeah, zombie, it'll be more impressive if it does work though, but yeah, no, Star Raker has been a fun project, dude. R2, fire up the converters. Okay, V1. We're full pitch back. Positive rate. Gear up. The pause is all the gear going up. We're full pitch back, full throttle. I see some oscillations on the right pitch control surface, right there. Okay. SAS engaged. Shadow though. Now slam it pitch down. Full pitch down. Control surface back to 0. Full pitch up. It broke. Hey, no, but thanks for the bits, buddy. So what I'm... Hey, Mary, thank you. 16-month resub. What I'm seeing, guys, is the control surface is clipping through the wing, which means we're binding up the control surfaces, both sides. See them? I don't know how well you guys can see that on the screen. See that little blip right there? Control surface clipping out at the top of the wing, which means the rotational axis on the control surface is not exactly the same in high points of deflection as the rotational axis of the wing. Basically, if the control surface pivots like this, and the wing is on top of it, and they don't pivot at the same spot, this thing will try to do this instead of doing this. It's going to bind up the hinges on the control surface if they're poking out like that. I'm pretty sure that's the issue. Yeah, we also overloaded the snot out of those control surfaces. Yeah, see, look, it's crack and striking everything because my control surfaces are attached to the engine plate. Yep. That's awesome. Hey. All right. I got this. Gotta watch those rates. As long as I have my rate controller and the arrow UI, I can figure out what we're doing. Hey, they landed. If you look from the cockpit, everything is fine. Yeah, Aqualex, it's weird, man. It's a weird one. It's these control surfaces that are being overloaded. So let's give them just a little bit more breathing room here. All right. That's actually pretty cool. I mean, when it explodes, it's not like, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like it's not a really, really cool explosion, you know, but kind of hurts to watch though, man. Kind of hurts to watch. All right. I let up a little bit there on those control surfaces. I also think that maybe we should lower the deflection. Let's set the authority limiter to 20 and call it a day. "20 degrees of deflection for any control surface is crazy, especially with one that big. Honestly, I think we're just overloading the control surfaces. That's it. I mean, considering, right? Like, I would just pitch up on the control surfaces before we figured out the Kraken tech wasn't working. And then I full loaded, unload, and then they exploded. So I think we're good here for a regular ascent. I just want to make sure that's all still there. I mean, yeah, Savvy, we loaded, I mean, how much pressure you think did we put on those things? We'd have to see what the LID changed from on the last test. I bet you the LID shot on a transient from like 1,000 kilonewtons down to like negative, down to positive again, you know, like. Do you need to use the triangle wing pieces back there? Because they could be just warping. They're strutted together, cats, so they shouldn't be moving around. The wing pieces are sandwiched together, and then the slices of bread, so to speak, are strutted together. It shouldn't move. I could just set the control surface, Aqualux, the deploy angle on the control surface for trim, or I could just use regular trim. Remember, these control surfaces just work like regular control surfaces. We could trim the plane out if we want to. Or I could have SAS on and we could deploy the control surface and then the SAS would trim it out from there. We could do either one. That's why I built them this way. You could do a lot. There's a lot you can do to mess with them. Could add another control surface to distribute the load more. Yeah, off leave. I'm going to when we get access to play it, dude, in about 3 hours. Sure. I want to finish this build though. I'm not sure if we're going to. Might have to work on it a little bit after Starfield comes out, which is fine. Okay, V1. Pulling back on the stick. Got a positive rate. Okay, we're gonna get a pause. Gear up.
This can't be happening. Never got off the drawing board. Zombie. Maybe there's a good reason why.
What's boggling my mind, dudes, is that this thing worked just fine yesterday. We had this thing up in space, or at least very close to space, with pretty much the same craft file. I don't get it. I don't understand. I don't understand what changed. I don't know what I changed. You still planning on extending the that trailing edge so the mid-wing is distinct from the wing span? What? No? No, Jens, I've never encountered a too many parts scenario, dude. Never encountered anything like that. No, 15, we didn't fly 15, Zombie. Revision 15 was just so it was a good save spot. I don't plan on changing anything from here on out, Pato, because we're out of time. I wanted to get this done before Starfield came out, but something's wrong. And I don't know, because we tested it yesterday. It worked just fine. Now I'm getting worried because I don't know what the problem is. I can't figure this out. The control surfaces shouldn't be doing that. They didn't do this. They didn't do this yesterday. It's the same craft file, guys. Didn't change anything. But clearly it didn't take some action groups or something, or I changed something, or I overwrote a file, and I don't know what I did. And if I don't know what changed between yesterday and today, I don't know what I need to fix. And that's going to take some time to figure it out. Have you checked the subassembly? What is check the subassembly, Chief? I don't know what that. How's that going to help? I don't know what that means. Check the subassembly. Subassembly of what? The wings? Oh, yeah. They're the same. They're the same as last night. It's the same crap file, dude. I started playing Kerbal today, late because of traffic. I started playing Kerbal today, dude, and I loaded up the exact same crap file that I saved at the end of the stream last night. I even had people go back into the VODs and look to make sure I didn't misclick or anything. Nothing. It's the same file, but yet we found a bunch of action groups unbound. You know? Yeah, I've reloaded the game 3 or 4 times now because it just keeps blowing up in the same spot. I don't understand. You know, like, if it didn't save the action groups, right? What else didn't it save, right? Like, what else in here? What other surprises are there in here? Nope, that's all strutted together. Yeah, Upsalot, are you sure you didn't save the wrong file? I don't know, dude. I don't know. I know that in previous versions, this was back here somewhere. Maybe that's what needs to change. Maybe that needs to go back into the right spot. I'm not sure if the landing gear is going to change anything, Soulwinter, right? Like, what would the landing gear do? It's a real humdinger of a problem here, huh? Yeah, that's weird, dudes. I don't know. What I'm going to try this time is taking off on... Oops, no. I'm going to try taking off on turbofans only, as the actual Star Raker intended. So we're going to take off on just the Goliaths. Our takeoff will be a little bit slower, but we won't load up the wings as much. No, Zombie, I'm good. I'm a little bit kind of bumming, dude, that it just doesn't work, you know, but hey, it's all right. If we got the TWR to take off on turbofans, yeah, it should be fine, dude. Yeah, I just spooled them, Zombie, yeah. But you can only spool them so much before they stop. They basically create a vacuum in front of them. Hey, Lord 41137. Thank you. I need to be able to watch the vehicle, zombie. Definitely need more runway when we don't have the ramjets on. Gears up. It's the load. I think, guys, we're just hitting the theoretical maximum for the Kraken Tech surfaces at this pressure. Static pressure is 95 Pascal. I mean, obviously, we're near the surface. The wing, you can't load them up that much. And so pause it for a second. When I say load up the control surfaces, I don't know why it switched there for a second. When I say load up the control surfaces, so when you deflect a control surface, right? In Kerbal, when you deflect one, right? All that it's doing is just making more drag. The control surface won't break off. But because we have my control surface pushing wings up like that, right? You're pushing the wings up and you're creating a lever, right? And there's wings that are way farther away from your pivot point than the regular control surfaces in KSP. The lift-induced drag being exerted on said control surface at high deflection is basically amplified the further you are away from your point of pivot. You have basically the control surface will have more leverage. And if it's generating more lift, that'll allow you to steer better with more what's called deflection up and down with a control surface. But if you deflect a control surface a lot like that, you're putting a lot of load on it. If the aerodynamic load, the lift-induced drag from deflecting up that much exceeds the joint strength of the part, it's just going to break off, which is exactly what's going on. Guess what? That's exactly what happens in real life. If you load up the control surfaces with too much pressure, they'll just break off. That's happened before in aviation. It's not fun when that happens because planes don't do very good without control surfaces. So you're loading them up. If you load them up too much, they break. Because, like in Kerbal, just because like you have a regular attachment, you have a regular small control surface, that little small control surface is just going to create a ton of drag. It's not going to break off. If I had to guess, the developers probably have increased joint strength on control surfaces for that exact reason. But we don't have that luxury because we made our own control surfaces. The control surface that's buried inside of these is just their actuator. That's just to get them to work. Right? Blood Demon, I gotta focus on it getting up into space before that happens. Either that or the wing will twist permanently. So, taking off on the turbofans is not loading them up. We're not induced, we don't have as much lift-induced drag here. So our climb rate is going to be reduced up to 13, but we're not loading them up as much. I also decreased the total amount of deflection on these. I'd be interested to see if we could increase them back again, just to see what happens. So now we can deflect them more, so we can load up more than 2 kilonewtons here. Well, 2 kilonewtons total lift-induced drag. Hi, is this Starfield? No? Does this look like Starfield? No, this is Patrick. Yeah, cats. Yeah, Savvy, I cut the jettisonable landing gear out of the part count budget. Or out of the budget because part count. That and landing gear subassemblies in KSP don't weigh anything. It's 600 kilos per large landing gear, and we have 16 of them. It's not that's an inconsequential amount of mass comparatively for the vehicle. Yeah, I know it jettisoned 3 out of 4 sets on the back. Yeah, dude. Alright. So, fellas, let's... let's turn on the ramjets now. And cut the throttle to half. See what happens.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Trojan. How high can we get with the without the ramjets? I don't know. If we wanted to sit here and loiter around KSC, I'm sure I could get it up to a pretty high altitude. Ramp it up to 66% throttle. Any nav lights on this thing? No. watching everything. The 40% fizz rate is rough? Ah, nonsense, man. It just makes it so if it explodes, I can see what happens because it basically explodes in slow motion. It's great. Super handy, actually. Copium. I mean, Doom, I'm not gonna lie to you. Yeah, it kind of sucks. This thing takes forever to get up into space. Like, I can't see any practical function for this. It would take forever to do any spaceflight operations. I could run an entire shuttle mission in the time, like, just, you know, launching the shuttle off of the pad. I could run, like, an entire shuttle operation in the time it takes to get this thing into space. But I did this just to see if we could do something this crazy, you know what I mean? Looks a lot better now. Yep, we're not loading it up here. Hey, Linux. The mod father. Not sure what this is. It looks cool. It's just a bit slow. The simulation is slow. My acceleration is not, dude. What happens if you fizz warp? Explosions? Hey, Benji. I mean, Cats, I wouldn't want to run this completely automated on KOS. I'd code like an autopilot for it if I knew how to do that. Just hello. Are you crazy? Insane crap. Thank you. It does look freaking sweet though, dude, huh? 1260 Linux. For 1,260 parts, I'd say we're doing okay here, man. I mean, my computer is not the happiest, but temperatures on the processor at 51C, graphics cards at 47C, 18% load on the CPU, 18% load on the graphics card. 38% RAM usage. It's really not bad. It's just we're bottlenecking one CPU, Linux. I mean, you know that. I don't need to tell you that. You know how this works. You probably know how it works better than I do. So we're gonna climb to 13,000 meters, and then we're gonna dive to 10, and then pitch up and get out of here. You excited for Starfield? Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. Will you upload this craft anywhere once it's finished? I want to automate the takeoff. Yeah, sure, Monastery. I'll put Star Raker on Kerbal X so you guys can mess with it. Sure, absolutely. The thing is that this thing's gonna need an operator's manual. It's really like about like arming the control surfaces and getting the control surfaces and then payload integration operations, you know. Why do you have to dime the incline? Zombie, to get up enough speed so the ramjets go into runaway. You want, so a ramjet will basically get more, you'll ramjets have a theoretical maximum velocity, Zombie, but the theoretical maximum velocity of any of, like, take the SR-71s. The SR-71 has a turbo ramjet in it. So basically, it uses regular jet engines to get up in the air, right? And then the jet engines can accelerate the thing to a certain point where they can shut the jet engines off, and on the front of the jet engine is a ramjet. So a ramjet is basically an intake, right? A big intake that sucks in a ton of air, right? And it goes, the air goes, this, it's a lot more complicated than this, just bear with me. The intake sucks in a ton of air, and that air goes past the jet engine, it goes right into an afterburner. Yeah. It just bypasses the jet engine. That's what a turbo ramjet does. The SR-71 does that. So the SR-71 has a jet with an afterburner, right? And then when it gets up to high altitude, basically they're doing some weird stuff with the air in the intake, and it goes past the jet engine and just goes right into the afterburner, and the afterburner is all you need. The afterburner just becomes your engine. That is the very simplified way of saying it. It has to do with bow shock, shock waves, boundary layers, and a couple of fancy smanchy things being done with the cone intake. But the ramjet, basically, you feed it more air, you can feed it more fuel, the faster you can go. Let's just say that the limitations on the ramjet's maximum speed aren't because of the engine itself. It's because the engine will propel you to a speed where it'll just disintegrate the aircraft, which happened to the SR-71 a couple of times. That's why so many SR-71s got lost, because the engine can throttle way past the material limits of the titanium hull. Basically, it can accelerate you so fast. The theoretical maximum is up here. You're going to re-enter. Your airplane will re-enter. You'll start encountering re-entry heating before the ramjet reaches its theoretical maximum. Now, in Kerbal, it's a little bit different. In Kerbal, I can get the ramjet to take. We just got to get to a certain speed. Certain speed at a certain altitude. We'll get the ramjets to go, right? And when the ramjets go, the thrust will double on the whiplashes, and I can shut my Goliaths off, that is exactly what the real thing was supposed to do. It had a turbofan ramjet engine, so a Goliath with a ramjet attached to the back. So we need to do that dive so we could get enough speed, because ramjets, the problem with a ramjet is that you need to be going fast enough to basically get the afterburner to go, to just go. You need to be going fast enough to be able to bypass the jet engine completely. And in our case, we're going to bypass the Goliaths. No, I don't think so, Hilo. Yeah, Aqualex, we could get up here. So, dude, we could get up here. I could probably get up here on Goliaths only. Sure, no problem. The Goliaths are producing, well, up here they're producing about a quarter of the thrust. The ramjet is doing a lot of the work right now. Because I'm approaching a certain speed. I'm sure it's subsonic, dude. The Goliaths, the turbofans are taking a hit right now because I'm going fast. See, the problem with a regular turbofan engine, guys, and Zombie, listen to this, because this is important too. The reason why you have to switch from turbofan to ramjet is because turbofans don't like being fed air at supersonic speed. No jet engine does. Turbojet, turbofan, turboprop, none of them like being fed intake air going faster than the speed of sound. They really don't like that. There's a bunch of reasons why. It mostly has to do with the fan. If you're getting air blowing by the fan basically can overheat, because the fan uses air passing over it to keep the fins cool. It's air cooled. Go figure, right? Long story short, a turbofan, if the air is going in faster than the air is going out, it doesn't like that. It doesn't like that. You're getting blow by, and it'll basically blow the igniters out on the jet engine. I mean, that's one of the things that could happen. There's a bunch of different reasons. It mostly has to do with the turbofan not moving the air. The jet engine needs to push thrust out the back to work correctly. If it's not doing that, then bad stuff starts to happen. But long story short, these things don't like air going in faster than Mach 1. Actually, faster than 0.9, 0.8, 0.9 Mach. They don't like going transonic. This is true in real life, and it's very true in KSP. My engines will start to overheat. So, Darkman had a 27-monther in there. So, we gotta get up here on Goliath power, and then I gotta do that dive, shut the Goliaths off, and switch to just full ramjet. So, EJ, what's the plan when you leave Atmo and there's no air? But once So, if you take a look, we have our turbo ramjet turbofan engines. We have 10 of them. And then I got 3 shuttle engines in the center. Star Raker in real life was basically going... Dude, Star Raker was an actual proposed project. It never got made. But Star Raker is basically... Star Raker is basically this in plane form. If you took this and tried to make it into a horizontal takeoff and horizontal landing vehicle. No SRBs, obviously. The SRBs got subbed out for 10 SR-71 motors. So, the number 6 engine is not in symmetry, by the way. That's probably not good for it. This one is a little crooked. We're going to have to figure that out. We're going to have to see that. Make sure we remember that next time. That engine needs to go forward 1 tick. It's misaligned with all the other ones. Basically, these 5 engines here, those 5 engines there, those are your SRBs. And then Star Raker basically has the space shuttle's aft engine section and the external tank basically from here back. It's the space shuttle. It's made by the same company, so they would have just put a shuttle aft segment. So this part of the space shuttle is built into the back, and it's flanked by 5 SR-71 engines on either side. And the external tank is partially in the back here and mostly in the wings. Yeah. It's basically a shuttle stack that takes off like an airplane. It is nuts. Yeah, nuts. It's just crazy enough to work in KSP. Alright, here we go. We're at 12.5. I'm going to rotate us down here. And we should proceed into a dive here. Alright, so let's do this. Shut the Goliaths off. Goliaths shutdown is now. Let's dive this thing. Here we go. Tres horas, amigo. Why did Rockwell eventually go bust? They didn't go bust. They were acquired by Boeing and then split up and sold off. Alright, so watch the thrust on the ramjets here. We're operating in just total closed loop ramjet mode. The Goliath engines are off, which is what the real one was supposed to do. Now we're diving, and we're getting basically into supersonic, Mach 1.2. Watch the thrust. We hit the threshold. Now, it's basically, from here on out, as long as we can feed more air into these ramjets, our fuel consumption will scale proportionally with the velocity of the intake air. And now it's just send it. This thing will start going extremely fast here in a moment. Now that you've made this thing, can you see any faults with it or what you would do differently? Fish, I'll bet you if I tried to make a Mark II version of this now, I could make it a lot nicer. Everything will be nice. Everything will be cleaned up a little bit better. But yeah, there's not much I can do here. We're pushing the limits of KSP, dude. There's not much else I can do here to really... There's not much else I can do here to really get this thing to work any better. I could probably optimize the hierarchy, dude, to get it to be a little bit more aerodynamic. But... maybe... Fish, you know what I was thinking about? I was thinking about maybe, you know, and some folks in chat did propose this, and it's not a bad idea, right? But I was thinking about maybe making a smaller version of this that's maybe not 5 engines on either side, but maybe like 2 engines on either side with a single shuttle engine. Make a mini version of this. That might be more operable for like a Kerbal save, you know what I mean? The Star Raker concept with linear arrow spikes? Oh. Alright, now we gotta pull up out of the dive here. Watch that climb rate right there. I mean, Fish, even our turbo ramjet technology, like the fact that we were able to replicate the air breathing component from the actual Star Raker in Kerbal pretty dang well. Dude, we could do some pretty cool stuff with this thing for SSTOs. We've been to space, Cirrus, we haven't been to orbit. If the ramjet can go into overdrive and hit re-entry speed, can't you just cut fuel to stop them? Yeah, of course. Yeah, the fuel is your throttle. You can introduce more or less fuel. Alright. Let the SAS take. And now we'll just start accelerating. Climb rate will go negative. We will go down a little bit leveling off here, but we'll start gaining speed. Here we go. Current speed, 416 meters a second, Mach 1.39, so Mach 1.4 at 33,000 feet. Thanks, Giggity Boo. 420, nice. Climb rate, the negative climb rate is decreasing. We're gonna start going up here in a moment. Deflection on the control surfaces is past 50% saturation.
Discovery, go and drive.
Saints love, it flies! Yep. seems to have anemic acceleration for this altitude. Just wait a second, Strangelove. Wait until the ramjets really kick in. I mean, I think the fact that we're climbing and accelerating at this altitude is pretty good, considering our sim rate is 25%. Just let it do its thing. You gotta wait until the ramjets kick into overdrive. They're whiplashes, dude. Well, they're whiplashes that are clipped inside of a Goliath. They're high bypass turbo ramjet, intercooled high bypass turbo ramjets. If this works, would we loop around the Earth before heading to the moon or just shoot it off? Most rockets circularize in low Earth orbit. It's very rare that you do direct, Iceman. Direct descent to the moon with any spacecraft is very, very, very Delta V consuming. It's a difficult trajectory to fly. Does the intake of the whiplashes scale with the overclock? No. No. We have to compensate for it. Yeah. I have 3 intakes, believe it or not. We have the pre-cooler. I have a circular intake for the turbofans at low altitude. We have the pre-cooler, and then we have a shock intake up at the front. Has anyone done direct to lunar? The Surveyor mission, Zarbi, did direct trans-lunar injection to the surface. So the Surveyor missions, the precursor to the Apollo missions in the 60s, they shot them basically directly at the moon. And the Surveyors didn't circularize around the moon, they just decelerated and landed right on the surface. Needless to say, 2 of the Surveyors didn't work very well. They Luna 25, let me put it that way. Or Luna 25 did a Surveyor 1. Pick your pick. The Apollo missions did circularize Strangelove. They circularized it in retrograde lunar. If I'm well, Apollo 8 did. Yeah. You want me to really blow your mind, dude? Check this out. So see this picture? This famous picture from Apollo 8 of the moon coming out, of the Earth coming up over the lunar surface? It's a famous picture. The Earth rises up over the lunar surface. That is actually not, that's how it was shot. Because they were coming retrograde around the moon. They were going from east to west, retro around the moon during Apollo 8, so the moon rose up going westbound. Heading on the spacecraft in this, if you took the heading of the spacecraft in the orbital direction and superimposed it onto the surface of the moon, would be heading 270. They were retrograde around the moon. Yeah, the Earth is actually rising that way. We saw that. I live streamed Artemis 1 doing the same thing. Yeah, here. When Artemis 1 was going, I remember I woke up in the morning to see Artemis 1, the Artemis 1 Earthrise. The moon was they were on the dark side, or the eclipsed side of the moon, and Earth rose up over the surface. Pale blue dot was one of the Voyagers, yep. Mm-hmm. We streamed this live, dude. Look at that. There it is.
Discovery,
That's what
go at throttle
Jim
up.
Lovell, Frank Borman, and Bill Anders saw in December of 1968. They saw that. Only the moon was lit on this side. But just coming by to lurk and share 69 months. Thanks, Stryker. Isn't that cool? This was last year, dudes. And people are going to see it again next year. The shot of the outbound prograde burn was nuts. This one. Look at this. This is an actual shot from a spacecraft. So, when Orion went behind the far side of the moon, what we just saw was when it came out from the far side of the moon, on the other side, on the eclipse side. This is when it was going. Look. No, Tessa, I haven't. Earth set from DRO. Look at that. That's a real picture. This isn't a render. This isn't some soundstage bull crap or anything like that. That's a real picture. Can you imagine what this must look like? It's sped up, and the reason why it's bending around is because the solar panels on Orion have articulating servos on them, so they can push them back for G-load and orient the solar panels for optimal power generation. See, you can see the servo moving right there. This is a real picture. But it's cool because, so you guys want to hear something nuts, and this is something I mentioned, but you know, it's topical. So how they get in this picture? How they get they mounted 4 GoPros on the solar panels. I'm serious. Lockheed and Lockheed and NASA and the European Space Agency, who made the service module, they mounted GoPros on the solar panels, and the GoPros aren't even wired. They're on Orion's Wi-Fi. I'm serious. These GoPros are sending a wireless signal to Orion's Wi-Fi, interior Wi-Fi receiver. Yeah, they put Wi-Fi on the capsule. That's what got these shots. Yep. So you do get a little bit of fisheying, right? You get a little bit of fisheye lensing with the GoPros, but they are GoPros. They are actually GoPros. Hey, what's the Wi-Fi password? Yep, that's how NASA got these selfie stick pictures of Orion, because they're on the end of the solar panels, and the solar panels are articulatable. Pretty crazy, right? That's a real shot from distant retrograde. A Wi-Fi hotspot that close to the moon. Is that something else? Also, just because we're here.
Okay. Hydrogen burn-off igniters initiate. 7, 6, 5. 4-stage engine start. 3, 2, 1. Boosters in ignition. And liftoff of Artemis 1. We rise together back to the moon and beyond. And here we go.
10.
Hydrogen burn-off igniters.
Boosters in ignition.
7, 6, 5. 4-stage engine start. 3, 2, 1.
Benedict Cumberbatch! And liftoff!
And liftoff of Artemis 1. We rise together back to the moon and beyond. And here we go.
10.
Hydrogen burn-off igniters initiate. 7, 6, 5. 4-stage engine start. 3,
2, 1. Better ignition timing! And liftoff!
of Artemis 1. We rise together back to the moon and beyond. And here we go.
10.
Hydrogen burn-off igniters initiate. 7, 6, 5. 4-stage engine start. 3, 2, 1.
Battlefield Bad Company!
And liftoff of Artemis 1. We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
I'm never gonna not do that from now on. We're just gonna find as many ways to. It's like those old Reddit threads from back in the day where people try to come up with different ways to say Benedict Cumberbatch's name. Yeah, we're just gonna find as many 1,000 different ways to say boosters in ignition. Benedict Cumberbatch, Battlefield Bad Company, Shish Kebab, Shawshank Redemption, Chicago. You're out of here. Go on, you're gone. Go on. Booyakasha! Benedict Jumper Snacks. 3, 2, 1. Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice. Biggie Smalls, Biggie Smalls, Biggie. What? I think that clip got deleted from the internet. Eggs Benedict Cucumber Dish. Bagels and toast. All right. Ailerons fixed. Yeah, we were J-Speed, what I basically figured out is that we were 154ing our control surfaces, and yeah, it didn't like that. Turns out when you make control surfaces work in a similar principle of actuation to a real-life control surface, they can break like a real-life control surface can as well. Go figure. Bangers and mash. Abraxo cleaner. 3, 2, 1. Butterscotch pastries. And liftoff. You did what in your mash? Don't worry about it. Go for hamster. Go for gerbil. Roger, guinea pig. Yeah, I would imagine so, Wolfie, yeah. What's 6200 FPS scaled down for Kerbal scale? Here we go. I know what you're doing. I don't know. Orbital velocity in real life is 7,600 meters a second. Orbital velocity in Kerbal at a similar altitude is 2,300 meters a second. So, you know, do the math. Do you need to do one more dive? I don't think so, Leop. I think we're just going to send it. What I'm trying to do is kind of stick here. So I dive down and then we're just starting a gradual ascent. I'm just controlling my climb rate here by modulating the SAS.
Where is the F-14 modulator? Well, back to the old electronic brain.
Whiplash is engaged. We're only on ramjet power right now. I like that going. Lump, you still here, buddy? How's that for acceleration? See? Just give it some time to level off and let the ramjets do their thing. Remember, see how fast that number is going up? We're at 25% simulation rate. That number is going up 4 times as fast as you see right there. So, let's see. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. We're accelerating at 3 meters a second per second, increasing over time. That's fast. That's really fast for an airplane. Like you'd be feeling it right now. You'd be pushed back in your seat a little bit. 7,600 in real life, Wild, yeah. Oh, well, thank you, Victory. Well, thank you, Tiny Victory.
Where was the kaboom? There was supposed to be an earth-shattering kaboom.
Wabbit season. Duck season. Fire! Victory, please tell me Tiny Victory has seen that. That's one of my favorite Looney Tunes. .630 meters a second, Mach 2.12. Yeah, Wild Rhino. 7,600 is about what you need for circularization in a parking orbit around Earth, but you need about 9,001 meters a second delta V. Yeah. Air gets in the way. I'm not interested, Erudite. I'll see the game for myself. 650 meters a second, Mach 2.19. Output thrust is 5,800 kilonewtons. We haven't introduced her to Looney Tunes yet. Why not? Who knows what I'm talking about? Novaraptor, $8.99. What if we took the air and then just pushed it somewhere else? What if we took the air and pushed it somewhere else? Nice try, Cohagen. You probably don't get that reference. Oh, thank you, Tessa. You are classically trained. Very good. Yeah, I gotta get the feet up there. Oh, Rocket Guy, I like you more now. Alright. Mach 2.3, 682 meters a second. We're gonna modulate.
Where's the P-18 modulator?
Wait. Start the reactor. Oh, we're at the movie quotes part of the stream, huh? Damn. Nah, whatever. So Starraker really likes being right around 13, so we're just gonna leave it right around here and just let her eat. Stimpy! Don't you push that button, you fool!
Ren, will you button me?
Oh, sure thing, pal. Infinite tape, it's almost time for Powdered Toast Man! That red, shiny, candy-like button. Stimpy, you idiot! That show is not appropriate for children, but you know what? Still watched it. It's log. It's big, it's heavy, it's wood. It's better than bad, it's good! No, it was not. Yeah. I don't think you're happy enough. That's right. I'll teach you to be happy. I'll teach your grandmother to suck eggs. Now, boys and girls, this is a song about a whale. No! This is a song about being happy. That's right. It's the happy, happy, joy, joy song. I told you I'd shoot, but you didn't believe me. Why didn't you believe me? This show is so screwed up, dude. Hello, boys and girls. This is your old pal Stinky Whizzleteats. This is a song about a whale. No! This is a song about being happy. With a new save, I was getting 200 plus FPS driving around KSC. Ooh, very nice. Well, that's good illness. Huh. The show started on MTV, meant for adults. Yeah. We gotta go a little bit faster than this, Nick. Damn, boy, can't this thing go any faster than this? You sick little monkey! No, Hot Sage, I don't think so. No, Cryolox, I didn't. Alright, thrust is still a good bit ahead of the drag up here at 14,000. I was low Rocco and Heifer. Welcome to Heck! A family community. Wait a minute. I thought it, heck, I thought it was, no, sensors.
What do you think, Rococo?
Garbage day is a very dangerous day. Alright. How's the thermals looking? Nose cone's getting a little hot. Underside of the wings getting a little bit of heat. Wing leading edge is heating up. Turn the page, wash your hands. Turn the page, wash your hands. God damn, Velvet. That's strange. Don't do that again. My favorite Rocco episode is Wacky Deli. Wacky Deli, yeah, Wacky Deli. I hate bologna! Ah! I am the cheese. I am the most important character on the show. I am more important than the salami and the tuna combined. Yeah, Velvet, I agree. Oh boy, what a beautiful day. Hello? Oh my god. That's awesome, dude. What a great episode. What's my favorite SpongeBob episode? Rock Bottom. I can't understand you. EJ can do a pretty good impression of Mort from Family Guy. Yeah. Or SB129. Now I'm in perfect solitude and can finally be alone. Alone. Okay, we're approaching 900 meters a second, Mach 3. Started to dip just a little bit, but that's okay. We'll start picking up positive climb rate here in a second. Don't worry, SpongeBob, I'm coming back for you. I can't understand you. What are you saying? I just want to point out that if you look at the clouds that we're passing by, it seems like we're going pretty fast, but also we're at 25% simulation rate. Did you see the new time for SpaceX launch tomorrow at 10:26? Yes. Nah, Tessa, I'm gonna let the engines eat for just a little bit longer. I want to see how fast we can get going down here. Oh, that's wild, dude. All right. I'm gonna put slight pullback on the stick here. Stand by for ignition. We're at 950 at Mach 3.2. That's really quick for KSP. We're entering the final climb. Still accelerating, even though we're pitched. Okay, we've started decelerating. Main engine start. Oh, shit. Too much. We too much evil. I have to time myself out for that. Where did we lose it? Hold on. Fuel tank fairings. You think so, Dixie? Yeah, I think... Game doesn't even know what to do. It doesn't even know what to do with the ship delaminating at coming apart at 1,000 meters a second. The game's just like, yep. Crew survive? Nope. No survivors. We seem to have lost structural linkage between AEF2 airstream and EP25 engine plate. That's the fuel tank occlusion fairings. Same thing. It's being pushed onto the same thing as the jet engines, Aqualux. That was not our point of failure. The engine plate was not point of failure, dude. Structural wing type collided into AEF5 protective shell. Yeah, the fairing came off. Our fuel tanks inside of the wing became detached. Yeah, that's what happened. That's the plain English way of saying it. The fairing that's holding the fuel tank and keeping it occluded actually separated. Yeah, I could fix that with 2 struts, but yeah. I think I said this before, you need a separate throttle for the rocket engines. Kicking them on instantly just disintegrates the thrust plate. Yeah. How big are the fairing shapes? They're pretty small. Actually, that's what's left of the cargo bay. Any other pieces? Oh, sweet! The crew! Nice! Alright. They're alive! Excellent. We will land. Here we go. There we go. Man, that must have been one hell of a deceleration for them. 10 Gs. We'll save them. I got this. Yeah, we're shock compression loading savvy. Yeah. I mean, it took for a second, but it really didn't like it. Yeah, you think the pilot's concerned a little bit? Do you have a chute system for the cabin? No need. I can land it like this. Yeah, basically every Red we've had does this. It just ejects the crew module. The reason why is the fairing that's inside of the crew module basically explodes. So the cockpit immediately gets introduced to the oncoming air effects, and it actually jettisons the dang thing. It just pops it right off every time. So yeah, it jettisons the entire front of the vehicle. Now, yeah, probably not the best escape system around, but is its terminal velocity below impact resistance on the water? We're not terminal. I'm flying it, dude. Why didn't they just have the shuttle do that? Because raisins. I got this, dude. We're good. All right. Maximize drag right before landing. Every time, dude. Mission failed. We'll get him next time. Didn't like being loaded up like that. Oh, boy. Yeah, J-Speed, I was like, I'm pretty sure you're kidding, but I'm not sure if you're kidding. Like, yeah, they should have done that. Doom, we loaded up the thrust structure, and it didn't like it, actually. Yeah. Okay, so first order of business. That's not aligned. There we go. Now it's aligned. So this fairing right here is the one that delaminated. These are my fuel tank occlusion fairings. This fairing basically is part of the logic that's in the game to tell it that the fuel tanks are inside of the wings so they're not susceptible to aerodynamics. So, here's what we'll do. I'll strut it to the landing gear. That landing gear is one of the strongest parts of the entire vehicle. Shouldn't go anywhere now. And then we can run another strut from the primary structural carrier, the SRB, on the top. Oh. No, we can't. We'll run it from the fairing. Okay. That should do it. What's the full part count? 1283. When you said it didn't like it, I had to think about it first and then came to the conclusion that it didn't like it. Stellar. So what is this based off of again? Star Raker. Star Raker was a heavy SSDO project from the late 70s, designed to basically be a C5 that flies into space. What do you think? Did I get it right? We could do better. We could do better. It's obvious the second row of engines is needed above the first row. I don't think speed is our problem, Ben. I don't think speed is the issue here. Well, there's your problem. I don't think that is the issue. Will KSP have the ability to paint parts? KSP 2 has that, yeah. Why didn't Star Raker exist? Well, Star Raker came up as a project. It originated as a project to build power plants, solar power plants in space that would beam down stuff via microwaves. They built it in response. It came about as a proposal in response to the oil crisis in the mid 70s. And basically the need to make the U.S. energy independent. So we just beam our solar power down via microwaves. You know, we don't need to worry about our power plants all consuming oil, right? So it was a project called SPS, and it was a government program, right? SPS, and SPS was basically building solar panel arrays in geosynchronous so they could beam power back down to the United States because geo is over the U.S., etc., right? And in order to build something like that, they put out a need for a vehicle that could launch 1,100 times in 1 year to geo and back. And nope, everybody else said no, I don't think so. And Rockwell's like, yeah, well, we could do that. We could do that. Here, look at this plane. Look at this thing. And they proposed Star Raker. Star Raker is basically a shuttle stack. It's a space shuttle with a cargo bay the size of a C5 Galaxy instead of a regular shuttle payload bay. And then instead of 2 solid rocket boosters, you have basically 10 SR-71 engines. Yeah, that's your first stage. That's 3 flights a day. Yeah. Star Raker was basically just supposed to build these solar panel arrays up in space. See? Deployable solar panels. It's a monster of a vehicle. It is absolutely nuts. You don't have to worry about my question. I see in that photo the cockpit was in fact designed to come off. Super Guppy, dude. Yeah, it's designed to load up cargo like a Super Guppy. Mine has that. I have the provisions to make that, but I haven't gotten that far, to be honest with you. I haven't gotten far enough to be able to get that mechanism working correctly. I've been focusing on the wing structure and the aero. That ended up taking up all of my time. Yeah, the one that is dead in the dome. Yeah, it's a pretty ridiculous idea, dude. In a good way, though. It's really freaking cool. Star Raker would have been amazing. It's about as close as we're gonna get to this thing. It's basically that, actually. It's basically that minus the VTOL. That's the same idea. Really, it's one of those. Like, unobtainium and whatnot. If I had KSP1 editor controls S, I would have built this in KSP2. Yeah. If we had that in KSP2, I would have done it in KSP2. Making this out of procedural wings would be much easier. Stellar, so it's kind of like the X-37B. Got to work on a couple of those launches. The X-37B... Here. If I was gonna make like an X-37B to show you scale... That's about the scale for the X-37B comparatively to this thing. Give or take. That might be a little bit too big. It's designed, Stellar, it was designed to just build those solar panel arrays, so I'm not necessarily sure. I mean, you're not going to get that crazy of a G-load, dude. You're not going to get that crazy of a G-load with something like this. How close does Starship get us to this capability? Closer. But you gotta remember, the Starship is designed to do way more than just this. That's one advantage of the Shuttle Dream Chaser X-37. Some experiments can't deal with the G-forces involved in traditional capsules re-entry and ruin the experiment. Yeah, it's almost like we should have never stopped doing that until we had some equal...
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Something equal that's operating, dude. 95, 44 months. Sub-moment. Yeah, Stellar, this thing's payload bay is derived from the C5 Galaxy. So it's a C5 Galaxy-sized payload bay. They were even going to borrow the C5 payload bay, the palletized payload bay system that the C5, the C17, and the C130 have. Same idea. Well, Stellar, I don't know how much you've been in the loop lately, but here, check this out. Sierra is... Dude, they're posting some gnarly pictures of Tenacity. It's almost done, dude. This is actually an old picture. This picture's from earlier this year. I have that actually on very good authority that this picture is a lot earlier. Look at that thing. I was offered a job at S&C a few times, but it was kind of mid-mission on other stuff. That's fair. Dude, I got Stellar... Once upon a time, you know... Yeah, I talked to a bunch of people, like back at Spaceport America Cup. I talked to a bunch of people about this thing. It's really freaking cool. Yeah, I know guys that work on this. Yeah, you never know who you're going to meet at stuff like that. There it is, dude. Where's that damn picture? Oh, hello, beautiful. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, they keep putting out that damn 201 render. I'm wondering what the hell that is. Why is it that color and not teal green? That's... Oh, JSP, those parts aren't made out of aluminum. That's why. Yeah, those parts aren't made out of aluminum. It's carbon fiber. Yeah, most of the Dream Chaser's chassis is made out of carbon fiber. Carbon fiber bucks, actually. With an aluminum pressure vessel. Yeah, it's composite. Yeah, not carbon fiber, it's carbon composite. See the composite buck right there on the nose? Why does it look like it's shaped to have the cockpit, but it doesn't? This is the uncrewed variant 95. This is from the CEO of Sierra Space verbatim. I think it's the CEO. Might have been the CTO. The reason why it's designed to look like a cockpit is because the uncrewed versions of Dream Chaser and the crewed versions of Dream Chaser share a 95% part commonality. So, the only difference between this uncrewed variant of Dream Chaser and the one with crew on it is a control board, seats, and some windows. Yep. Why even have it crewed? Anticipation of a commercial low Earth orbit tourism market. Yeah, dead crew. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Cool stuff, huh? I'm actually kind of bumming that that thing came apart the way it did. I hope that those two struts do what I think they're going to do. Iterative testing is expensive for this time-wise. Yeah, it takes a long time to get it up to that damn point again, dude. I just hope I fix the dang problem. Fun packages are arriving. This is from Starship Gazer. What's that? Ooh, flight termination systems. Good sign. Yeah, dead crew. Mm-hmm. I got you. What kind of attachment system did the shuttle use for its payloads? It's called a longeron pin. G-Man? Hopefully they'll work this time. What you mean confetti generators? Yep. Also, tonight's Starlink has a probability of violation of 80% with it improving to 75% at the end of the window. That Tranche 0 mission got moved too, Thomas. That was supposed to be this morning. Yeah, Stellar, that's what they were trying to do. Yeah. They didn't get selected for commercial crew, but NASA threw them a bone with commercial resupply. Dream Chaser got a contract for CRS-2, and they've been pivoting to uncrewed variants of Dream Chaser since. Hey, Bree.
T-minus 2 hours till the game of the year! Wait, what? What?
Nothing.
Why are you looking at me like that?
No reason.
I love you?
I love you too.
It's very weird to be on this side of you. Usually I'm on the other side. We're gonna go out for dinner.
Okay.
Do you want a burger or anything?
No.
No?
I'm good.
Alright. We're gonna go to that place.
The one that you were looking at?
Yes.
Yeah, cool.
So, I will let you know how
That
it
one
goes.
with that thing and
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
food. Yep.
Yeah.
The House of Pizza one?
Yes, that
Cool.
one. Alright.
Sweet.
That's all. I'm just coming in to give you an update.
All right. I'll see you. Have fun.
I love you.
Love you too.
You have fun.
All right. Not on stream. Jeez.
Oh, please. You love it.
Chad wants a burger.
Okay. I'll work on it.
Really?
Yeah, I'll just give them all crumbs. Everybody send me your address and I'll send you a crumb.
Better than nothing. Yo, Shen, what's going on, man? Thanks for the raid. We bring you the word of Jebediah Kerman. And what's the word of Jebediah Kerman? Ah! What's up, guys? Shen, you worked through that, you worked through the F1 Manager season yet? Thanks, Micro. Yeah. What's going on, everybody? Guys, you know my buddy Shenrir? Okay, priorities. First of all, guys, Shenrir's a good streamer. Doing an F1 2023 campaign right now. Really, really, really good campaign. It's really fun because, yeah, you just turn the whole drivers thing on its head, and I think that's really funny to watch. Guys, mods, can we get a shout out for Shenrir? First of all, welcome all you Shenrir raiders out there, and Shen, thank you very much, dude. Leading the raid, the man himself. He actually switched to Crusader Kings in the last 2 days. Ooh, Crusader Kings. Very
Discovery,
nice.
go at throttle.
With Alpha, too. Yeah, what a beast. Hey, Siroth, 9-month reset. We need more struts. Dude, this thing has probably about 300 struts in it. I'm not kidding. In order to get all these wings to play nice, there's just webs of struts. I just kept sending waves of struts, knowing that the Kraken had a strut bot limit. So we just kept sending waves of struts. Kerbal struts drive me nuts. Anyway, Shen, thank you very much for the raid. Guys, go give Shenrir a follow. He's a good streamer. Old school type of streamer. We come from a different era. Truly a different era. Was currently midway through conquering West Africa. I think Lando Norris is our heir now. Another streamer. When I'm in command, every mission is a suicide
Go at
mission.
throttle up.
Shot you a tip to get a burger. Yeah, Stellar, I saw it. I just got raided at the same time, though. Lights, struts and 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 struts. Yep. Stellar, thank you very much, dude. I appreciate it. All right, Stellar Sanctuary donated or tipped $100. Get some Starfield action or just a ton of burgers. Thank you. Guys, anyway, welcome Shenru Raiders. Shen, if you're out there in the internet's land, thank you very much for the raid, dude. I do appreciate it. Thanks for thinking of me. Anyway, I'm gonna try to crash this thing now. Or, I mean, fly it. And Stellar, thank you very much for the tip. I do appreciate it. Yeah, we got Starfield in a couple of hours. Now, Shenru Raiders, people that are stealing from the Shenru Raid, is Shen getting in on the ground floor with Starfield like the rest of us are? Oh yeah, Ben, I showed them. For F1 manager, Shen transferred to Mercedes and they have almost no money because they signed Lando Norris, who we fired and he had to sit for a year off. Oh dear. I mean, when you're moving a 650-ton plane, dude. We're off the deck. We would need a longer runway. I mean, Stellar, they wanted this thing to be able to take off from the SLF, so that means it would have needed a 15,000-foot runway in real life. So, we've been down that road. We figured out where all the 15,000-foot runways are, am I right? Yeah, that was the plan. Can you imagine? It needs a 15,000-foot runway, so that means it's not, I mean, at the very least, like, dude, if this is like reducing it to its base element, at the very least, it needs 7,000 feet to get to V1. What the frick? Excuse me? What the frick? 7,000 feet to get to V1? What are you, nuts? How heavy would this thing? This thing would have been a monster. No, T-Man, it needs a runway almost twice as long. Are you finally getting it to orbit this time? I hope. Can you imagine? You need a 15,000-foot runway. The only places this thing would have been able to take off from are, like, Edwards, Vandenberg, and the shuttle landing facility. There's no other runways that are long enough. Would you be able to use this runway with an actual payload? Yeah. Yeah, right, likes? That Phase A PDF that we have Rocket Guy calls for the SLF, so... Maybe they would have extended the SLF. I mean, like, okay, the way I see it is that you're carrying about as much hydrogen. How much hydrolox do you think you're carrying? As much as a Delta IV Heavy, maybe? Maybe a little bit more? Maybe the shuttle with the external tank? So how much is the wet mass of the external tank with the shuttle? Right? That's how much we're moving here. Like, that's... The plane would needed to be quite large. How's the aerodynamics? I think we've dialed it in, Den, pretty well, dude, actually. $760 metric tons. So, I mean, Rocket Guy, right? They're not using the shuttles. They're not using the shuttle engine. The shuttle engine probably with this thing is, what would you think, like a 5-minute burn, maybe? So now we're somewhere in line with like what an RS-68 consumes, right? So Delta IV Heavy, right? Like that was my reasoning there. Like, so you have a Delta IV Heavy's worth of hydrolox on there, plus a little bit more hydrogen for the jet engines. Can you do a barrel roll? No, not with this thing. It will destroy itself. They probably modified to be the runway on a slant or a very slight ramp at the end, similar to the early carriers. A ski ramp, dude? Yeah. The shuttle runway's already reinforced, T-Man. It is, ask Stellar, he knows. That, the SLF is a heavy, heavy-duty runway, about as heavy-duty of a runway as you're going to run into. Chick Weaver! What's going on, buddy? I mean, you gotta remember, that runway was designed to have a shuttle landing on it pretty much every day. Shuttle landings are pretty hard on the runway. The shuttle is quite heavy. Even coming back down and gliding back to the runway, it is a heavy, heavy orbiter. Could that runway accommodate a plane with your mom on it? Eh, maybe. That's not me. Hey, Prominent. Sorry I missed you, dude. This morning was a freaking fiasco. It took me 4 hours to go 100 kilometers. 50, 52, 50 from. 4 hours. I'm embarrassed. Like, this looks like you. It's not. That's not me. Brahma, you want to do the thing tomorrow? One hour, 2 likes, 3 hours back. Up to you to be a Friday night if you know what I mean. I do. We should. It'll be better. You won't be playing Starfield till Doomsday now? Huh? Chalk it up. Alright, cool. Can you tell, you know? Kip, inform the men. I've made it with a woman. Thanks, man. I'm sorry. I don't want this to fall to the wayside, dude. I really don't. We gotta do it. We have to. You have to do it! Segura! What? So right now we're ascending just on turbofan power. Do you need monoprop? No, there's no RCS on this version. Only turbofan with this is impressive. I mean, dude, the turbofans that called for this are, the turbofans that this called for in real life are CJ805-23s. So it's a turbofan version of a J79. So the real one would have had some goal behind it because, well, you know, Stellar, I know you're familiar with the J79 and what that thing does. That is a jet engine. That is a jet engine. That J79 is one piece of ace. I know from experience, dude. You know what I mean. No, not in the document, no. No, you don't. Well, not me personally, but a guy I know. He throttled that motor! Whoa-wee! Yeah, guys, this thing would have had basically a 10 J79s in it, but the J79s are on steroids because they have a ramjet attached to the back. Turbo ramjet J79. So, yeah. How fast do you want to go? Why, yes. Yes, I do. Alright. We're going to kick the ramjets on here. That skin temp, Stellar. The skin temp works on a red to white gradient. So red is just ambient. So red is cold, believe it or not. White is extremely hot. It's cool because I made this thing out of a bunch of small parts. You can see how Kerbal's flexing heat around the spacecraft, which is actually super freaking cool. So, like, you should see that the engines in there are a little hot because they've been doing some work. You see the yellow inside of there. So could you cheese it with hierarchy manipulation? That's what I did with the shuttle, Hellfish. Panels aren't good at absorbing heat, yet I use them as a thermal protection system. If you have a string of panels, the panels work like a gigantic heat sink. And that's what I did for the space shuttle. For those triangular panels down the side of the shuttle, yeah, heat sink. Just curious how the leading edge is holding up. It's fine. I'm not sure what this thing would do with FAR, Motorkid, but actually I would be kind of curious. Oh geez, there's a lawsuit against the Kuiper launch contract about how short the board had to agree on it and how SpaceX wasn't even considered. Amazon. Yeah, it's all filled in, Flykin. Are we in engineering mode? I'm just playing Kerbal Kick, so yeah, we're testing. So this would be more like engineering mode. Somebody's trying to sue Amazon. For not considering SpaceX for a as a launch provider for an Amazon-based satellite web service. A pension fund is. Alright. Nothing surprises me anymore. They're also Amazon shareholders. That's really funny, JT. Oh my goodness, can you believe that? Well, this is awkward. They're saying, yeah, somebody said it in chat, fiduciary duty. That's right. It's up. The board of directors has to choose what the profit for the shareholders. They're claiming conflict of interest for SpaceX not being considered. That's so screwed up, dude. Oh my god, that's so messed up. Oh, yeah, they're not wrong. Dude, it's so screwed up, though. You gotta be kidding me. What's up, MC? A pension fund is suing Amazon's board of directors for not considering SpaceX to launch Project Kuiper. The committee, the suit stated, did not take any steps to oversee the negotiation process or insulate the process from conflicts of interest. I have no words. I have nothing to say, fellas. All right. What's up, Jim? What? Any is italicized in the quote. It sounds like something out of Atlas Shrugged. It does, dude. Oh my goodness. Alright. Yeah, Hellfish, I know. I know, dude, I know. Had to shoot out a message. What rocket guy said Fatal L? Sorry, just need to get on the chat. SDX, we got to about 1,000 meters a second on the last test flight, and I turned the rocket engines on, and I started to pitch up, and the vehicle came apart. Turns out that the fairings that I attached to occlude the fuel tanks to basically tell them that they're sandwiched inside of the wing leading edge, yeah, they basically snapped off inside, so my fuel tanks came loose inside of the wing. It was an awesome explosion, I'll tell you that. Yeah, well, there's a damn good reason why Elon's kept SpaceX private, so stuff like this doesn't happen. All right. We're transonic. Chimp, why would you link that? Why would you link that up? Why would you even link that, man? Oh, why don't you just bring up all my nightmare? That's just nightmare fuel for me, dude. Why would you do this? Dick, you got more? Please, no. Interesting, rocket guy. Okay, we're supersonic. Goliath should... They might be entering overheat here in a second. We gotta be careful. Alright, we're good to shut them down. We could have gone for a little bit longer. I should have kept them on. We'll keep them on for a little bit longer. Goliath overheat. Am I taking Monday off? What's my plans? I didn't plan on taking Monday off, Journey. I wanted to play Starfield. I don't know. I'll get back to you on that. Chimp, that's basically what Elon did with HLS. Fun fact. Yeah, he is a big meme lord, Chip. That's for sure. shutting down the glides. Nose down and go, baby, go. Dragoon, I don't know. I'll have an answer for you in about an hour and a half. Five meganewtons of thrust. Drag is at 4,200. Lift is 59. Things looking good. Still climbing. Yeah, Rocky Guy, I'm not sure if it's gonna hold up. Who knows? For most of the flight, grab force has been higher than the upwards force. The engines are keeping us up, Fatal. Some of that thrust is figuring into upwards force. The upward force is just basically how much lift the wings are making. See how upward force is really close to total lift? See what I'm talking about? We're taking a step, so because the vehicle's basically nosed up, some of the thrust, right, is helping us go up. So like maybe 5% of our thrust is being used to make us go up right now. But most of the thrust is being used to accelerate the wings to get the wings to generate lift. Does that make sense? Yeah, Marie, she's going. How's it holding up? She's working. Yeah. Wendiger, yeah, I agree. Yeah, Fatal. It's just a balance of forces, dude. Most of that thrust is used to get the lift. Some of that thrust is used for upwards force. How's thermo? Getting a little bit of heating up on the nose, but a little bit of heating on the wing leading edges here. Some on the nacelles, but for the most part, we're fine. Come on, baby. How do you know when the right time is to not rely on the lift anymore? Altitude is pretty much a good indicator, fish. I'd say past 24, you can't rely on the wings to do anything for you, or the engines. Remember, it's the engines accelerating the wings to make the wings generate lift. At 24 kilometers up, the ramjets will run out of thrust. So you'll just start slowing down from there. So somewhere between here and 24, we need to hit the rocket engines. I'm gonna do it probably at about 15. About 60 tons, Ephraim.
Discovery.
Right,
Going
Ross,
throttle.
man. Yep. Banja, 60 months, 5 years, dude. You got your worm logo. You love the clickety-clack noise. Don't lie. Moon to typers. Well, actually... Making good progress here. Crossing 650, Mach 2.1. Guys, what I'm gonna try to do is when we turn those rocket engines on, I'm gonna try a more gradual ascent. I'm not gonna try to pull back on the stick like what we did, because I don't want the vehicle to come apart. Crossing 700, Mach 2.3. About 30 minutes ago, Rastaman. 700. 2.36 Mach. I reduced drag in a lot of areas hooded by using occluded fairings, and I redesigned the wing structure. A lot of work over the last couple of days with this thing, man. Getting there, Blackbird. We got to the velocity that we needed for the air-breathing engines on the last test flight, and I went to hit the rocket engines, and the thing exploded, so that's good. So I'm just gonna let this thing eat for a little while. Just gotta be patient. Yeah, Rasmus, man, that's the plan. I'm trying to, at the very least, get this into space before Starfield comes out. You know, at the very least. It's scrubbed username. Yeah, Thundergar, I'd say this is one of the prettiest things that we've made. Crazy thing is that, dude, if I had another month to work on this, I'd probably redo it and build another version of it. Yeah. I could put this thing together more concisely now, and the wing tessellation and stuff, like we could make it a lot nicer. How would you build the body of this thing in KSP 2? Don't know. Cientic, I've been telling people not to pre-order it so you guys can watch me play and make a judgment off of the actual gameplay. So because I did that, I had to pre-order the game. So pre-ordering it gets you early access. So for me, the game will pop in about an hour and 12 minutes. I don't like that I had to pre-order it to do that, but I told a bunch of people not to, and I don't want to not have the game here so you guys can't make a judgment on it, you know what I mean? So I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place, dude. The things you do for the stream. I know, right? No, I don't have Game Pass. I got Game Cast. 800, 2.7. I don't know why it's doing that, but whatever. This is Scorned. This is a song called Broken. I'll link it in the chat. it's not losing the gravity cow rage is not based off of a height. It's based off of speed. But you have to get to a certain height up in the air so you can accelerate to that speed without disintegrating the vehicle. This is why rockets have huge first stages to get it up out of the air, and then the second stage is used to go fast. With this, our first stage is the air breathing component. So the air breathing component is we need to speed up and then we need to get out of the atmosphere so the rockets can do rocket things. The magic number that we're looking for here is about 2,300 meters a second at about 70. That's what we're looking for. I really need I need the rocket engines to turn on somewhere between 900 and 1,000. That's where we need them to go. So we need about another 100 meters a second here with our velocity to send it. You ideally need more. Yeah, well, this is not anything. Yeah, ideally is considering you don't have a spacecraft that has that's this. Would be if we can get to 950, 1,000, we'll be fine. For sure, Stellar. The craft was 640 tons at takeoff. We're 586 right now. We've burned off about 60 tons of liquid fuel. That's what you need to accelerate something like this fast, dude. I mean, you know that. I'm just saying that to you. See all the power that's behind a shuttle? There's a reason why you need those freaking twin boosters, right? The twin SRBs, right? You ain't gonna get very far without those. Hey, EJ in chat, can I ask a rocketry question? Why would you want to do that here? Do I look like I know anything about rockets, boy? Do I look like I know what a JPEG is? I just want a picture of a gosh dang hot dog. Yeah, go ahead, user. Now make it in real life. Frequency, I don't think I'm smart enough to do this. What's that? Oh, that shuttle-derived station creeper. I hate it. I don't like that at all. But with chat's combined IQ, Rocky Guy, you want to make Star Raker with me? Let's make it a reality. We just got to get some seed money. Probably not, John. Measly 30 billion will get us there. As long as our thrust stays ahead of that drag, we'll be alright, dude. Oh, nice, Concrete. Dream Chaser comes from NASA's HL-20 project. The ideas for Dream Chaser go back as early as the start of the shuttle program, dude. Yeah. Hey, Artusis, what's up, dude? This is looking good. I'm hoping, man. I'm hoping. All right, here we go. right now they would, I was. Of course they have me beat. I'm not playing. All right. I see that we're going down, yes. Just give it a second, it'll spring back. Dude, I just want to point out that we're going 956 meters a second with this gigantic jet airplane. Besides deploying dissimilar architecture, could you see a reason to have this and Starship both? John, if we had this and Starship, yeah. This is great for low Earth orbit. Can you imagine this refueling a Starship HLS? This thing could do it. 100 tons of fuel? Absolutely. 1 or 2 flights with this thing. It'd be great. But they use dissimilar propellants, so yeah, I don't know. But then again, this thing could build a fuel depot in space for Starship to replenish. It could build a gigantic gas station. Climb rate is increasing again. Thrust is equalizing with drag, guys. We're gonna have to activate the rocket engine soon. It doesn't use jet fuel, Chaos. It uses hydrogen. Right, Blue? It's not AIC, it's a band that sounds like them, though, Hammer Nails. And when I say they sound like them, listen. Yeah, Knoxville. 976. Let's send it. Here we go. Shuttle engines. Well, wait a little bit longer. Our thrust is still ahead of drag, so we're still going to accelerate. What kind of hit would Star Raker take switching to methane? I'm not sure, John. Hey, hold on the questions here, dudes. This is the point in the last test flight where it exploded, so I really want to watch. Give me 1 second. Okay, let's go. Engine ignition. We got 3 good mains. 1.5 G acceleration. 10 meganewtons of thrust. We got 3 good mains. How's the heating? Nose cone's getting real hot. So is the outer wing sections. Oof. Leading edge is getting toasty. Mach 3.8. 1.13 kilometers a second, 17 kilometers in altitude. Come on, baby. Stay together. Control surface locked out. Whiplashes are down. Okay, we got tail off on the ramjet. Got to be able to fly this thing back to the runway 95. Thrust tail off. Ramjet shutdown. We're entirely on mains. Mach 5, 1500. I think we were too shallow. How's the heating? We're definitely toasty. Throttling back. Oh boy. Yeah, if you could just not do that, that would be great. not doing anything, Rocket Guy. We're approaching LOC right there. It's the SAS. It's doing that. I gotta take manual. We're not gonna make it. We spent too long in the atmosphere. That's too shallow of an ascent. Why is it rolling so much? I don't know, Chaos. It's not... I can't... This generally happens when your center... When your control point isn't lined up with your zeroed out thrust vector. We're out. 1800. Not even close. Damn. The ascent was too shallow. I already have the tanks dragless 95 and all the engines. No loss of vehicle, so it's still a win-win, I suppose. I really don't like that it's doing this. That's really, really, really annoying. The fuselage is not dragless, no. That's the speed. It's just we're not. I didn't pull up fast enough. That was okay. I mean, we should have pulled up, but I'm worried about the vehicle just coming apart at the seams at this speed. Yeah, hot RCS for maneuverability. That's the. No. No, that's not the solution at all. I want one more shot at it, dudes. One more. Why do you think it's losing controllability at hypersonic high altitude flight? I shut the control surfaces off and we were too low in the atmosphere, 95. Hey Rhino, what's going on? Is it space worthy? I don't know, Magic. I mean, we're almost there, but SpaceX has pushed Starlink to 8:40 p.m. Eastern. Just kidding, I know it's for the other Rhino. Yeah, I gotcha. But it makes sense to change some liquid fuel to oxidizer. There was a lot of LF left over. Lump. So once again, fellas, the loss of control and everything, guys, was basically there because I basically just got it up to 10 and then just hit it. And then we had a really shallow ascent. I didn't do the dip. And I didn't try to pull up when we activated the engines. The reason why I wanted to do that test that way is because I wanted to see if shock loading the thrust structure was the reason why it delaminated on the test before, why we had a RUD. It wasn't, so I'm pretty sure that we should be good to go to do this. I'm gonna add a control surface lockout there. Engine 6 is already fixed, Jared. I fixed that. That was 2 tests ago. Yeah, Goose. Closing the air intakes doesn't make a difference, Spawn. The engines are occluded. You're gonna lock out yaw too? No, I'll keep it there as something that we can. I'll keep it there as something that we can use for additional control. So this time, we gotta get up there, and we have to pull up. We have to. I have to get it on a higher ascent so we can get out of the drag quicker. So more of the rocket engine can be used to accelerate instead of just using it to push against drag. Yeah, see, dude, this doesn't help me right now. this doesn't help me right now. I know what I need to do, but I needed to make sure I could load up the back without it breaking. Like I know what the ascent that we need to do, fellas. So let's just get to it. I spent too much time in the lower atmosphere, Fatal. We didn't get out of the atmosphere quick enough. We'll get it. Or we won't. It looks like, I mean, guys, we'll, you know, if I wanted to get us to a good point, I wanted to put a bow on it. I would like this thing been able to get into space, you know, for Starfield. We still got about 45 minutes as of right now, so we'll see. But yeah, we can continue working on this project. Not everything is finished. I wanted to build it out completely, but yeah. We checked the P.O. box recently. No, I haven't. I've just been too busy, man. Predominant, I've had to drive up to that godforsaken hellhole 3 times this week, and it just, yeah. Dentist, picking up Bree's parents, other reasons, just, yeah, it's been, I haven't had time to do anything else, man. It sucks when driving up there and back is taking up literally half of my day at this point. It's just insufferable. I hit a turning point today. I officially hate driving in Boston. I hate it. I hate it, and I'm going to avoid it at all costs. Today was the last straw. Yeah, today was the last straw, dude. I spent the first hour on the stream telling people how awful it is. Yep. I hate it. I hate it so much, dude. It's gotten exponentially worse since COVID. Yeah, it's gotten exponentially worse, and I don't want to do it anymore. Move to the sticks. I already did that. Sometimes I have to drive up into the city, though. Electron, it's terrible. It's terrible. I just don't want to do it anymore. You know how hard it is? You know how bad it has to be for me to not want to drive an automobile? I love cars. Yeah, MP, people, dude, I don't know what the hell that's about. People have gotten super impatient. Why is it so bad? The road system already sucks, Goose, so it's all the same problems that you have across the pond. Everybody ignores the rules of the road. It's every person for themselves. Nobody ignores the rules of the road, and because nobody bothers following the rules of the road, traffic jams arise everywhere. People are idiots. They crash their cars. The road design sucks. So when people crash their damn cars, I'm done. I'm done. We'll work on this another day. I'm done. The frickin' thing blew up. Dude, even talking about it just pisses me off. When people crash their cars, it causes a clog and the traffic goes exponentially up. It's awful. It's awful to deal with. I was 2 hours late for the stream today. 2 hours late because a trip that I was expecting to take 2 hours took, well, we left at 9, 10, 11, 12, 1. Yeah. A trip that I was expecting to take 2 took 4. Because some idiot crashed in the tunnel, and there's long story short, there's 2 tunnels that you can use to get from the highway to the airport that go through Boston Harbor. One of them is under construction, and some moron decided to crash in the second one. So there was no way to get from the airport to downtown. You could get from downtown to the airport. Both of those tunnels were fine. But both of the tunnels coming back. So I had to go around the entirety of Boston Harbor to get home. Took me 4 hours to do it. 4 hours. I don't mind if it's 15 minutes of traffic, 20 minutes of traffic. You know, if a trip that, I mean, honestly, if there was no traffic, I could get into Boston in 35 minutes. So, no traffic, 60 miles an hour would take, no traffic, 60 miles an hour would take an hour there, so half hour there, half hour back. It took me an hour to get there and 3 hours to get home. I'm done. I'm not doing this. Just going in and picking up somebody from the airport it takes half of the day. I'm 30 miles from the city. 30 miles there, 30 miles back. Actually, it's more like 35. So 70 miles round trip. It took me 4 hours to go 70 miles today. Is public transport a no-go? No, that's not an option. The train doesn't go near my house. 1 if by lane, 2 if by sea, 3 if by BART. So yeah, Star Raker just decided to blow up on Ascent again there. So I don't know, man. I don't know. I think my bandwidth, my patience meter for that is out the door today. I mean, like, here's the thing. We could take the train. I could take the train. I'd have to Uber to the nearest train station. If I walked, it would take an hour to get to the nearest train station from my house. So that's an hour, and then you got to go into the city. So if I walked and then took the train, it'd be the cheapest way, but that would be the longest way. Because, like, I mean, maybe ride a bike, but then again, you got to lock the bike up. And that's not a big deal, but you could do that, I suppose. And then taking the train in, the tickets on the train are just as expensive. It's like, and it's going to take the most amount of time. It's going to take me 2 hours to get into the city if I rode my bike to the train station and then took the train in. It takes 2 hours and it's expensive. Most of the time, dude, it's better to just for it to take an hour and then just wait in traffic. It's still the quickest way, even with the traffic. But today, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I got to a point where today, dude, I had to go 10 miles north to go 30 miles south because the airport is here and Boston is here and there's a huge harbor in between, right? So think think like Bristol, kind of like that, right? Where you have a big harbor, right? And there's the tunnels that go across. And the tunnels were open this way going to the airport, but closed going from the airport. So you had to go around the entire harbor. It was ridiculous, man. It was ridiculous. My patience meter is gone today, dude. It's gone. It's gone. And yeah, it's gone. There's nothing left. Build your own helicopter. Boom. Problem solved. Yeah. So, guys, Star Raker has some nasty problems with the hierarchy. That's the conclusion that I've come to. This thing is having some problems with the hierarchy that's causing it to explode. So you have to fly it on a very particular flight regime. I think it stems from the thrust structure. Something is definitely wrong with the aft thrust structure. Yeah. I gotta rebuild the back. I was hoping that it was... See how everything converges on the adapter right there? And how everything converges on the engine plate right there? Game doesn't like it. So, yeah, we're going to have to continue the Star Raker project a little longer. So, I hope you guys enjoy it. I just wanted to really get it done as a personal goal. I wanted to get it done before Starfield, but it is what it is. We'll, now the pressure's off, we'll work at it more. Yeah, sorry for me being a freaking negative Nancy today. It sucks. But hey, Starfield's coming soon, so we should be good.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
When you have a hard time getting to sleep, have you tried taking melatonin? No. I took melatonin a long time ago to help me sleep, and eventually just stopped doing anything. Nowadays, I would much rather have like a glass of bourbon before I go to bed. That makes you sleepy. I'm definitely going to play Starfield. I just have a hard time justifying the super duper elite mega deluxe edition. Well, Twisted, that's why I bought it, so you guys can just sit here and watch me and then judge the game to your heart's content. I'm going to play it. We're going to play the crap out of it, dude. Yeah, we'll see. NVIDIA driver update when you have a chance. Alright. James Webb is doing work. That's cool. T-Man. Clavic, so I got an offer for yesterday. So that job that I got an offer for yesterday is on the weekends, right? Well, today I got offered a sales job for the weekdays that is going to change my life entirely. Definitely feels like I'm dreaming. Hey, good things happen all at once, dude. They often just... That's what I find, Clavic. Everything good happens like all at once. You'll sit there and it'll get worse and 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 worse, and you'll be ready to just throw in the towel, and then everything good happens. And then you're just like... It's like... When the good stuff happens, you're like, wait, what? The hell? You know, like, am I dreaming? What's going on here? Oh, boy. Sorry I couldn't get that thing into space, dudes. I was really trying hard there. But Kerbal kicked me when I was down again. But hey, whatever. We got Starfield anyway. I just really wanted to get that payout, man. It's all right. That's true. Yeah, Sleepy. That's how I find it happens, man. Sleepy, that happened to me with Brimo, dude. 2014, 2015, I got out of a nasty relationship. It was bad. And I'm not saying I wasn't completely at fault there. You know, my significant other, we weren't really compatible, but I also really had no idea what I was doing. So there's that. You know, I had no idea. I had no idea how to relationship correctly. You know, and basically 2015, 2016, 2017, I was alone. Yeah, just working. You know, and then, dude, like 2017 came around and I was just like, whatever. Just gonna keep doing my thing, right? That's probably not happening. And then Brimo just popped out of nowhere, dude. And that was that. And then I'm like, wow. Huh. This girl's awesome. Wait a minute. Wait, you like the same stuff as me? That's... I love you. I love you. Yeah, dude, just got super lucky, dude. That's what happened. That's what happened with Brimo. I like 2017. I'd consigned that. I'm just like, yeah, whatever. That's not happening, right? Anytime soon. And then the next day, I was like, oh, I got a girlfriend now. That's cool. You know. Starlink 612 is headed to 39A. Launch is set for the 3rd. Cool. Oh, dude. What's crazy is I have a date tomorrow. My birthday is in 2 weeks. When the good stuff happens, it happens, man. It happens all at once. It's very strange. Don't question it, dude. Just roll. Just roll with it. Did they just slap roads in Boston without planning it whatsoever? TJ, if you want your history lesson as to why the roads in Boston suck so much, it's because they had a good plan for Boston. They had a really good plan. And they started implementing the highway plan. And what happened is they had to eminent domain a bunch of neighborhoods and a bunch of houses for the highways. And the people got word of it, and somehow they were able to override the federal government, and the highway system, Boston's federal highway and state highway system, basically got stopped in 1960. And the people around here, basically, they NIMBY'd it. They said, not in my backyard, so we have about half of a road system. We have half of an interstate system in the city. And that system, even if it was fully built out, was built for a population that's about half of what Boston's current population is. So we have a road system that was built for about half the population that's half completed. Yep. Yeah. NIMBYs. I mean, I get it. Nobody wants to have a highway in their backyard, but I had I-90 in my backyard growing up. It wasn't too bad. Seriously, if you look at the date on all the big bridges on the big highways in Boston, none of them says anything past 1960. They're all 56, 57, 58, 59, and 60. And then after 1960, the people voted against it, and the Fed pulled the national highway system funds for the state. Yeah, so we have a half completed highway system. No, I'm serious. And when I say they stopped, I mean they stopped. Like, they were building it out, everything was good, and somebody showed up and said, nope, people don't want this, leave. Dude, look. You think I'm kidding? Take a look at this. Want to zoom in here real quick? So, look right here. That's the Southeast Expressway. That's 93. That's the road that I had to go up to today. Look at this road. This road is called Melina Cass Boulevard. You see that? That definitely does not fit in with the surrounding excuses for grids around here. See how it kind of carves through? That right there was the start of a road that was supposed to be called 695. And you can kind of see where they were aiming that road. They were aiming the road to go through Ruggles right here. Go through the Fens. That's where Fenway Park is. Go through here. Go across Boylston. Across Boylston Street. And then the highway was supposed to basically go right here to the old freight yard. And that highway was supposed to be the Inner Beltway. Check it out. So that's where the terminus for 695 was supposed to be. And that highway was basically supposed to go out here. Well, it was going to follow the Fens like that and then go through Alston. And then it was supposed to basically follow the river and then go through Harvard Square for the most part. Right? It's supposed to basically go through here, through Cambridge. Right? And then it was basically supposed to follow this road right here. I mean, you could see pretty much how many houses they would have had to demolish, right? Like, and then it would have connected in basically right here where it says Inner Belt. See that? So Melina Cass Boulevard basically was the start of them grading out the elevated road and building the frontage road for it. There was supposed to be on-ramps right here that would have gone, you know, around the, basically a big on-ramps here for 695, right? And then it would have connected up here on 93 as well, but on the north side of the city. When I say they stopped, I mean they stopped. Look at that on-ramp. Now, they ended up using these on-ramps later for the big dig, but you can blatantly tell that this is two different types of elevated road from two different eras. When they stopped, they basically stopped building the road. I know so much because the eastbound entrance to 695 on 93 North stops. See? Limo. See what I mean? They stopped. Yep, that's where 695 was supposed to be. So we have no Inner Beltway. We just have a road where 90 and 93 cross each other. Boston's also supposed to be the terminus. It's supposed to be the terminus for I-95. 95 is over here. When I mean they stopped, I mean they stopped. In 1960, they said stop construction, don't build any more highway, and stop. 95, if you see it right there, I-95, this is a road that you can get on this road and take it straight to Key West, Florida, but it doesn't get all the way to Boston. 95 was supposed to go in here and basically follow through Reedville, through Hyde Park, through Roslindale, through Forest Hills, through Stony Brook. And it was supposed to meet up at Ruggles Station right here. At Melina Cass, right there, at Ruggles Station. You know, that's what it was supposed to do. That never happened. Everybody here said we don't want a highway in our backyard. Oops. Can you get there on A1A? This road will lead to A1A, Clayton, basically. The 95 that goes past the Space Coast, that's the same road. Yes, Nicholas, you're on the other side of I-90. Mm-hmm. So, if you look, if we turn the roads tab on, you can blatantly see that a highway should be right here. It should be right there, because you have 90 here, you have 93 there, 93 there, right? And all these highways should be connecting to an inner beltway, but they don't. The outer beltway got made. That's 128. And the mid beltway, and then the outer beltway is 495. 495 and 128 both got made. But 695, the inner beltway, if you look at our road system, it makes a lot more sense if there's a beltway like that. See what I'm talking about? See how all the highways kind of terminate right where 695 should be? Route 2, Route 3. Oh yeah, Route 3 also ends. Same idea. Same exact thing. They started clearing for the highway. They said no. People said no. See what I'm talking about? Screw 495, indeed. But see, 695. It was, you could see all the highways are supposed to terminate right to it, including 95. So this not being made right here, that not being made basically forced any people coming up 95 or coming from the South Shore, where I am, everybody gets forced onto one road. So 95 and 128 actually merge here. 24 comes in. And so 24, 93, 95, and 128 from here to here are one road. That's four roads combined into one. And then you get to the split here, right? And then the split, all four of those roads turn in towards the city, and 93 is the only way. Oh, that's the only highway. One highway to get into Boston from the south. Yep. One highway. 138, 28, those are boulevards. Those aren't big roads. That's the only highway to get into the city from the south. Because the other highway that was supposed to be there, they never made it. See what I'm talking about? That's what I mean when I say we have half of a road system. And dude, like here, just sit here and look at it. The more you look at it, the more you go, wait, what? You just see roads that end right there, right there. Route 2. Route 2 is this big freaking honking highway, right? Route 2 is this big old 6-lane highway, right? And it stops at Alewife. They never finished it because they couldn't. We have half of a highway system designed for half of the population of the city. CS City Skylines 2 open beta is live. Oh, sweet. Yeah, see, it stops at Alewife. Yep. That's what I mean, dude. I hit wit's end today, dude. I was just like, I can't do this anymore. I can't do it. I wasn't even mad. I'm just like, I just don't want to do this anymore. Counter-Strike, not cities. Oh, well. When does Starfield go live? About 20 minutes. Nightmare, it's bad. It's bad. Like I said, the more you look at it, the more you're just like, what the frick? Like, see? Look at that highway. That's 3A. 3A just stops. It just stops in Brookline. It just stops. Okay. Anybody that's ever played cities, look at this, and you'll be like, ah. Yeah, TJ, I know. Navigatable cities, yeah. It's awful. Literally the worst. Yep. So we have half of a roadway system that was built for half of the population. It was built for the population of Boston it was built for the projected population of Boston for like circa 1975. And they were building it in the 60s. So they did anticipate growth in the city from the highways. And they built out half of the highways. But they still got the growth. Oops. I'm a bit annoyed about a $30 premium to play the game at launch. The game launches next week. You're talking about the early access, Doom? Well, don't worry about it, because I bought it so you guys don't have to. Why not make bad roading illegal? What? Horse trails, yeah. New challenge. Design a rocket from scratch and get it to the moon and back before Starfield takes you out of the solar system. Yeah, Fatal, after Star Raker and this traffic stuff, I'm just really not in the mood.
Yeah, Nightmare, I know. Early access a week before launch, you don't buy it. Yeah. KSP was sent to the corner for the rest of the night, dudes. Yeah, sorry about that. Anyway, I'll set us to science and technology here for about 20 minutes, and we'll talk about that. Keep talking about roads or whatever.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Talking about space, waiting for Starfield to go live.